to VR Chess Masters tournament in Düsseldorf. I'm Women Grandmaster Anastasia Karlo, joined by my brilliant co-host, Grandmaster Yasser Seravan. Such a pleasure to see you again, Yasser.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Wonderful to have you in the commentary. Wonderful to be with you, Anastasia. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our broadcast. It's been exciting.
Absolutely.
Good start. 2 rounds were very, very nice. The first 2, I mean.
Yes, exactly. Lots of fights and full of, of many interesting games. And also, I believe that we already have the games going, right?
Yes.
Sorry for the small delay, but now everything is fine.
Yes, we've been experiencing a few hiccups, but it's all been going very, very well. In fact, the tournament has really been smooth. To all of those who are watching, I just want to say that the players are so pleased with the conditions, the hotel, the playing hall. Really, really, really top, first class.
Same
really,
for us
really,
commentators,
really
right?
exactly.
We're enjoying being here. I must admit this as well.
That's for certain. And we have a few people tied for first. In fact, let's start with our pairings. From the top, we have Pragg versus Vincent. Pragg just came off of a loss, a pretty painful loss.
2 of them, actually.
Yes,
he lost,
but yesterday I meant when
it was really
this
bad,
blunder. Yes. Vincent, the first round, my goodness, he lost a 100-move game. This felt like a double, triple loss, if you will. He bounced back with a draw yesterday. He has the black pieces today. Second game.
Yes, we have no pairings.
Okay, here we have it.
Yeah, thank you, our technical team, for support. So we can also see the very nice pairing between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Giri. I think it's going to be an interesting fight. Both of them started with 2 draws. And Andrei Yesipenko, who, let's say, won 1 game and lost another one yesterday, will play against Jan-KrzysztofDuda, who actually yesterday revealed some secrets why he didn't play in Vacanze. He said it was because of some health issues, which he still faces these days. But thanks God, he's here with us in this event. And so we spoke about Levon, and also we mentioned the game Vincent against Pragg, yes?
Exactly.
I think, Yasser, what do you think about these pairings? Which game will be the key one of this round?
Oh, for me, the game with Levon, absolutely 100%. These 2 great masters. But before we get into that, you had a nice little situation with the team.
Yes, actually, we have to say that we are, first of all, located in the Hyatt Regency Hotel.
Here in Düsseldorf.
It's a great place, actually. I really enjoy being here. The only problem is that I had no really chance to walk all these days. We were so busy with the event. And today I decided to have a walk finally. And at the moment I left the hotel and I took my way to the bridge, I met the whole team from Bayern München.
Very nice.
Could you imagine something like this? Okay, we could, because we knew that they are here. So look at this video. They're walking, and I was the only person at the bridge, so I couldn't miss this chance. And of course, I started to record the video immediately, and my walk was over because I had to publish this in social media. So I ran back to the hotel, and that's it. I managed to walk for 10 meters, Yasser, believe it or not. So actually,
nice exercise.
Absolutely, yes. Enough is enough. Yes, 10 meters, 1 minute walk. And actually, it's really great that they're here. They're just next room from us, and we have chess event, and we have them next to us.
Football,
they had reception,
right.
And they're playing today the match, if I'm not mistaken, in the evening, right?
That's
and players became very excited. Yesipenko Andrei was so happy. He had the chance to meet one of his favorite team and some players, and he took a picture yesterday. If anybody wants to know which picture he has taken, please go to our social media accounts of VR Chess Masters, and you will find all these videos and information there. But both, Yesipenko and also Keymer, they were so excited, to see those players in the same hotel. I think it's great. Yes,
it was. I came down for lunch, and I came down from the elevator. The elevator door opens up, and then suddenly there's like this big crowd. Like all of these juniors have their autograph
of course,
notes.
yes.
And like I step out And they're like disappointed.
They were not waiting for you, yes?
No, they weren't waiting for me. So I had to go around the crowd, and like they all eagerly waited for the next elevator.
But if I'm not mistaken, it was not the case when you arrived to Düsseldorf,
That was
right?
different. Right, that was a train
different
station.
story, yes.
Right.
Because have you ever experienced something like this? That on your first step in the city, let's say in the new place, some people immediately jump on you and start asking for
my
autographs.
Yes. The answer to the question is an absolute yes. But my favorite times when it happens is at the border. So I go to the passport control, and I actually I witnessed this. I mean, you just have to imagine. You go and you hand over your passport to the border guard. You just want it to go as smoothly as possible. And he sits there and stares at you for like 30 seconds.
Okay.
He doesn't even look at my passport. Is there a chess tournament? Well, like, dude, just give me my...
Yes, I just want to go. Yes, I'm in a hurry.
So I have to explain to him everything that I'm doing for the last 10 years.
That's nice.
It was very, very nice.
But
this is very special to be in the hotel.
So this is the only problem you have on the border, right? I mean, only that they want to talk to you, yes, and some couple of autographs. Yes, that's good.
That is very good.
Yes.
Well, let's just dive into the games. I mean, obviously, each and every round is going to feature some fantastic matchups. But for me, and you were saying it as we were coming on broadcast, that you asked Levon, like of these junior kids, these children.
Exactly.
Who are you most concerned about? Who do you think is really the biggest talent? He said Noterbeek.
Yes, he said Noterbeek, and he explained also why. He said Noterbeek just was about to win the tournament in Weekendze. He showed such a great result that he really chose him out of 5 juniors playing in this event. And today he's facing him, and I think it's going to be a very interesting fight.
Well, it sure has started that way. Let's just zoom right in on this game as Levon, like all the top grandmasters today, they're ambidextrous. They play e4, d4, c4, knight f3. They can do everything. But in the case of Levon, previously had been in this kind of Queen's Gambit, Catalan ready English. But he's really made a great effort to be an e4 player. And so e4 today, c5, and look, these junior players are not going to back down. Berlin, who wants to play Berlin?
No, C5.
I'm not here to equalize. Let's go. And wow, the dragon. You just don't see it anymore.
Yes, but maybe Noterbeek just decided to play, no matter move you play, c5 always, if we have to push any pawn, let's choose c pawn.
Yes.
And
the dragon, now, seriously, it has a very, very, very long pedigree. Many, many great players of the past have played the dragon. Korchnoi, Magnus Carlsen has played the dragon. But today, it's one of those openings that really has kind of disappeared from the very, very, very big guys. The dragon is, I almost want to say, a lifelong mission. You study the dragon, you study the dragon, you study the dragon, and you think you're ready, and then you can get wiped out in like 25 moves. And you're like, I never learned anything in all my studies. And you can dedicate your life to like the Najdorf, and you still have this feeling, this nagging feeling that you have to stay on top of all of the opening theory. The dragon fits into this terrible knowledge of so many setups that white can take. Now, I peeked ahead, and I saw that Levon played the most standard one, bishop e3 and f3. But if you go back in the history, you will see that bishop e2, bishop g7, castles, knight c6, knight b3, the so-called Nottingham variation. They were playing this 100 years ago,
Exactly. Yes.
And really, you have to know this stuff really, really well because this is a dangerous system. There's so many dangerous systems that can happen. So let's see what Levon shows. Castles, queen d2, knight c6, and now the so-called Yugoslav attack, bishop c4. If you go back 50 years, that was completely the rage. Everybody played bishop c4, Anatoly Karpov when he was white, bishop c4, and so on, g4. This was an old childhood favorite of mine, funnily enough. So the idea is simply that you want to play g5. You want to chase this knight away, either to d7 so that you can go h4, h5. Who likes sacrificing a pawn?
This is great, yes.
Or if they put their knight on
h5,
after
g5, yes.
I drop the knight back to e2 and I go knight g3. So it's one of those wrinkles that you have to be really, really familiar with. A lot of times I've seen knight takes d4. My opponents have played knight takes d4, bishop takes d4. It's sort of like, if you're not going to play bishop c4, then I will put my bishop on e6, this kind of thing. And again, there's a whole lot of theory.
And Levon played g4,
looks
right?
Like h5 was played.
Bishop e6, no?
It looks
let's
like,
see.
Let me refresh my board.
Let's see.
Yep.
Actually,
H5.
Levon likes this move g4 lately, right? I mean, it was in the previous game he also played with white pieces. So
and he came on the air and he gave this beautiful explanation. And he was going to play this fantastic queen sacrifice. Nezhmedinov would have loved this queen sacrifice. He didn't get a chance to play it. But he played this move g4. And I thought it was a really great move.
Yes.
I thought it was very creative, and I complimented him on it. And in fact, Elizabeth Pates had recommended it as well, and I was enthusiastic. So I went back to my room, turned on my engine.
To check it.
Dubious.
Oh, really?
No, it was so good.
You know, these computers these days, they're really...
They're disturbing.
Yes.
They're very, very disturbing. H7, H5. That is really a contrary move, I want to say, that somehow the spirit of the dragon is not...
Is it very responsible? Yes. Is it this type of responsible moves? Like either it's very good or it can lead to some big problems.
Yes, well, we can
G5.
understand that if you do play the move g5, well, I would likely step back with the knight to d7, and then black says, I was very clever. I stopped you from playing h4 and h5 by putting my pawn on h5 first. Okay, but another move that I think would have been a little bit more challenging for black, sorry, let me just go back to this moment, was instead of g5, after we see this move h5, if we stop and we think.
That's the best you can do.
Yeah.
First of all, we have to think a little bit.
It's nice to keep this tension.
Yes.
It's just nice to keep this tension. So, for example, suppose I play h2, h3. Okay, if you start thinking like, okay, I will play a conventional pattern, yes? Bishop d7, castles. Let's just put some moves on the board for just a moment. A lot of times white ends up playing this move knight d5. And let's say you take, and there's a lot of swapping.
Exchanges, yes.
One of your favorite moves right now in this position would be to play h5 back.
By the way,
to
you're
h7, right?
Because I want to take on h5 so much right
So
now.
much,
and
so
rook
much.
g1.
And open up the king. So
Yes.
this move, as you said it very well, it's a very responsible move. You make this move h5, and you really have to know
What you are doing.
about
Yes.
that tension. Finally, the other thing I would just like to say is when I'm white, the only thing I'm thinking about when I'm playing against the dragon is opening up the position, opening up for your king. Of course, I agree with you. I do not have h4, h5, but I do have f4 and f5 in my pocket, and the half-open G file can be a very attractive.
And bishop e2 later, right?
Bishop
I mean, there are
E2,
so many
chase the
opportunities. Yes.
So even capturing the pawn, even though I kind of disturb my attacking forces, you look at it a little bit more, you start to think, well, once again, this looks like white is going to be quicker in his kingside attack. Did not happen. Let's just take a quick refresh of the game. I did see that g5.
So he decided to play g5. Maybe everything is analyzed here.
I'm
And
sure.
probably Levon knows, like, maybe
No,
what's
that's the
going
other
on.
thing.
If
The problem with the dragon is the people who play the dragon are totally obsessed. They are in love with the dragon.
Yes, you have to love it, or that there is no way you will play it, right?
Completely. So they're
Okay,
and when they are in love to such the degree that the dragon players are, then they have to check and double check and triple check everything.
Yes.
Because they want to make sure that everything is good. But I don't know how much has been checked. Do we have knight d7 on the board? By the way, beautiful cam view of the pieces there.
Well, actually, I
have
just
it on my board.
say something very clear, that this game is going to be interesting, right?
Absolutely.
We have opposite castling in this position, and both sides will try to do something towards the kings, right? I mean, so they will try to open the files, they will try to speed up their pieces, and we will see what will happen in the end, who is better prepared in this position as well.
One of the things about chasing the knight to d7, by the way, it very often happens that the knight will end up on b6, the other knight will go to e5, and the idea is black wants to drop a knight as soon as he possibly can in on the c4 square. So there'll be challenges for Levon. And by the way, some thoughts going into this move. He blitzed out h5, but now he's been thinking, Noterberg has been thinking about 12 minutes on his next move. Let's move on to the game of Wesley So and Gukesh. Wesley, one of our tournament leaders with 1.5 points. And it certainly will not have escaped Gukesh's notice that Wesley is a very big proponent of the Queen's Gambit accepted. Okay. So when Wesley's playing white and he's facing one of his favorite defenses, it's annoying, right?
Yes.
Because you don't want to show all your competitors how they should play against the Queen's Gambit accepted. I've always felt that e2, e4 is, singularly speaking, the most dangerous move. Why? Because you just took the pawn on c4. So you've lost control.
Over the center. Let's take all the squares.
Exactly.
Let's start from the basic.
That's the basics, right?
Yes, the basics.
And in this exact moment, there are two main branches of theory, and they are so different, Anastasia. The first one was you would play knight f6, and somehow you would invite white to occupy the center, but then blockade the center. So that was approach number one, and the approach that we have in this game. Let me go back. Oops, excuse me. I should have just clicked this. Is the move e5.
Yes, fighting for the center.
Yes, the first move. And again, that's what everybody, pardon me, not everybody plays, but that was the big main line. Again, in my day, I played the Queen's Gambit accepted. Knight f6 was the move I played. And when I was black, I played the move e5 as well. E5, knight f3.
It just crossed my mind a funny thing that, now Anya Taylor-Joy, she published this post in Instagram that maybe Queen's Gambit number 2 may come, something like that, and then she deleted this post.
Right.
And then Garry Kasparov came out with this tweet, Queen's Gambit declined, something like that,
Nice.
It was kind of funny,
nice.
Like this play with words.
I think it was just one of those amazing things that happened in chess. When the Queen's Gambit declined on Netflix, the series came out. and chess just exploded online, and young ladies were suddenly very interested in playing chess. It was fantastic for the chess clubs, for the memberships, for my book sales. It was like, and so I started saying, okay, Netflix, the most important thing is you have season 2.
Exactly, yes. So everybody's waiting for season 2. Yes, and we really hope it's not going to be declined.
Exactly.
Yes, so we want it for sure.
Bishop b4 check, main move. All of this stuff is really, I want to say, so very well known. It's like the beaten path. Bishop e2, that's a little bit of a wrinkle for me. Normally I don't know, I'm playing bishop e3 or castles, waiting for the move knight e5. It's sort of like you get out of the way before the guy even
even starts.
Normally, you kind of wait for the guy to attack you before you retreat your pieces. So bishop e2, knight e5, and I think we're caught up. Are we? Yes, I do believe we are.
This is the current position now.
Current position. Just a quick overview. This is actually one of those positions I consider very dangerous for black. And it was something I wanted to avoid. Why? First of all, in the structure, it's 4 versus 3.
Yes.
Yeah? So
on the king side, yes.
I have a majority on the king side in the center, and 3 versus 2. So we have this nice imbalance of the pawn structure. But then we say, okay, but who does the imbalance favor? Okay, you have your trumps, I have my trumps. My trump's the king side, your trump's the queen side. Great. Who does it favor? Well, if you take a look at your queen side, you might say to yourself, okay, I'm going to use the queen side by playing the move c5. But then you understand that when you play c5...
There are some issues with d5 square.
Yeah, some issues with the d5 square. So it's more likely that your queen side is going to be very relevant in the ending or in the late middle game. Maybe you can create a pass pawn over there.
But it's not going to happen soon.
Yes. But before that happens, there's always the possibility that white can use his trump, the king side, and go bang, bang, bang.
Exactly.
And suddenly there's this majority coming at you. It feels like an avalanche. Your pieces are going backwards. I have the initiative. I didn't sacrifice anything. So I say my majority is a little bit more powerful, more potent than the queen side majority. That's first thing. Second thing that I would just say is that this type of position gives white a feeling of more space.
That's what I thought. After f4 and e5, black will face some troubles with space. That's
exactly.
clear.
Yeah, you get cramped. Where exactly is this bishop going to go? Here. Bravo.
Yes,
but what is it actually doing on d7? e6? Okay, but then you're inviting captures, yes? So there are more problems that I think that black has to answer than white. Now the engine may just say, oh, it's even,
okay.
balance, no problem. But I just say from the human point of view, these are the type of positions I wanted to avoid when I was black. Very happy to play them as white.
I see. And what do you think, Yasser? Like Wesley got some advantage here. Maybe even
I feel it.
Yeah, you feel it. Okay, yes, that's interesting.
And again, this is probably still theory, and probably the players are still in their prep, and their engines are saying fine, because there are so many positions in chess that the engines are saying perfectly playable.
Yes.
I
for
don't
example,
believe
this
them.
game with Aronian yesterday, I couldn't understand anything what's going on,
Right.
and the whole way said it's balanced, and I couldn't really get it.
I thought
when I saw
Levon was
look
in
at the position.
trouble.
Yes.
I thought Vincent had some
Yes.
action. Yeah, it was a very a game full of paradox. Okay, bishop e3. Let's go. Now we have the game of Andrei and Duda. Let's see how the players got there. Tell us a little bit about Andrei. don't know much about him. He's obviously a great junior player, rising star. What can you tell us about this fine young man?
Exactly. I mean, he had he became very, very famous, I think, after he beat Magnus Carlsen in Vikandje. You remember, and I think it happened a couple of times. He also played against him the match during the World Cup in Sochi, and actually the match was equal until rapid chess. And yeah, I mean, of course, long time before that, everybody considered him as one of the most promising players, and I still remember those funny pictures he took when he was a kid with all these great players. And nowadays he is fighting against them in the main events, in the top events. He a little bit slowed down the last year, right? I mean, his rating also is not so impressive as like 1 year ago, due to a few different reasons, I guess, and but let's say I think it's a great opportunity for him now to show something. He didn't play that well in Kazakhstan. I saw him there playing in Rapid and Blitz event. Didn't show anything special there. But classical chess is different, and I think it's a very important opportunity for young players these days to have this chance to fight against the top players.
No question about it. Is he going to the university these days? Is he distracted by
I'm not
school?
sure about that. I think he's not living in. I think he lives in Europe these days, so everybody's life is a little bit shaken these days. So I don't know where everybody will go at the end, where they will appear. But I mean, it's really interesting field. Yes, we have these 5 youngsters, let's say, compared to the others.
5 professors.
Yes, I think he was so happy today to see the football players. You know, you could see how. First of all, he's a very, very big fan of football. He watches all these matches, and the fact that he had this picture with one of the top players from Bayern Munich club. I mean, I think also made his mood very, very
happy.
Today he's very happy, I think, and so maybe it will even influence his attitude, his mood today.
Exactly. Yes. Well, let's jump into the game, and in this position, it occurred in the first game. Wesley So was on the white side, Duda was on the black side, and it was something like this: takes, let's say, rook c8, and it was one of those very, very strange games where it looks like black has done all kinds of natural moves, all kinds of natural moves. And again, this is the game. Wesley So was white, CrzysztofDuda was black from round 1. Wesley played the move rook d1. And it's remarkable. All of this is theory, and the most played move is queen a5.
Yes.
That's the most played move. All of this is theory. Duda played queen b6, which is considered a very bad move.
Yes, and he said that he mixed up something here. Yes.
And it's remarkable, but then in a single move, bishop h6, it's over.
Yeah, finished. Yes. By the way, it's
like -3.
Actually, it's always fun. Did you show this variation after castling? Yes, here.
No.
Castling bishop. I thought about bishop g7 here, right?
Yes.
Is it the move? Yes.
Yes,
bishop g7. I think it's nice also line. Yes, to show.
Yes, and you get to pick up everybody for free, and
then
you're attacking.
You just keep attacking.
Over.
Yes, it's over. Yes.
Terrible. So Duda repeats the line. And instead of playing as did Wesley with the move queen takes c4, Andrei actually changed. By the way, queen takes c4, the variation that I'm most familiar with was actually b5.
Wow.
Yeah, this was the old school, if you will. So that did not happen. After queen a4, bishop to d7, Andrei captured on c5. And let's see what happened next. Takes. Oops, that's not the one I want. I'll get there. Bishop takes c5, queen takes c4, bishop e7, and e4. Okay, e4 is, again, one of those, let's call it responsible moves, yes? Okay. I think a lot of players have played this position and would play rook to d1 and out, development first. You know, one of the principles of the Catalan is you work really hard to put the bishop on the open diagonal.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And then you close it with e4. Like
You have to show some understanding.
Yes, yes, yes.
E4. Let's see how it worked out. Rook c8, queen e2, because of course the desired e5, there was a knight takes e5, and there would have been a tempo against the queen. So queen e2, and I think, have we caught up to the players?
So probably e4. The idea was to hide the
queen.
queen on e2.
Exactly.
Yes.
And prep the move e5.
5. Yes.
Okay.
And open the bishop again.
Exactly, and open the bishop again.
Yes.
Hopefully forcing the knight to some awkward square, maybe like knight to d5. And the question I think that Black has to ask himself,
Yes, that's a
is
good question.
how dangerous is the move e5, and if the move is very dangerous, then I should stop it, and I should play e5 myself, with the idea bishop g4. We've already talked about,
Yes.
the bishop getting closed.
But I'm afraid that here rook d1 maybe, then
Yes.
bishop g5. I mean, then you might fight for d5 square.
Always.
But
we're always fighting
then
for...
bishop g4. Yes, you want to play.
Yes,
so
bishop
I'm
g5,
thinking
what you were saying.
then bishop g4 is
correct,
might
exactly.
come.
Bishop g4.
And you still threaten knight d4, yes. Maybe I have to play first h3 before I play bishop g5 to prevent this bishop g4.
So
again,
e5, rook d1, queen a5,
and maybe
h3.
like h3. Do I have time?
I don't know. It's one of those things where sometimes you can play the position very slowly. Other times you feel like if you don't immediately strike with bishop g5, Black will be able to get the timing he needs to play bishop e6 and rook d8. Again, I do believe we're still in the contours of theory, just a different type of Catalan position at the moment. By the way, it looks like, isn't there something on a5? Is that a queen?
Maybe, yes. Maybe instead of e5, he played queen e5 right away.
Right.
Something like that. Let's see.
Queen e2. There's something on a5.
Pawn or...
Let's imagine it is the queen.
It is the queen, yes.
Okay, so basically it's just saying I'll step away from bishop g5, h6. So more or less I should analyze the consequence of queen a5, e5, and I'm assuming
maybe
knight to d5
or knight g4.
Right, and probably something like bishop to d2. And okay, I have a little space, but it feels
position.
balanced. It doesn't feel like white will make a great boast, like, oh, it's all going my way.
Yeah, it's really nice to see also how Jan-Krzysztof will perform in this tournament. He hasn't played classical chess for some time. He didn't participate. I don't remember his last tournament in classical chess. So it will be important for him to show also good result as for anybody else. And as also, I don't remember who mentioned from the players that there is not even one weak player. There is no victim in this tournament.
Exactly,
like everybody plays so well.
Exactly.
And you have to fight in every game.
No, and absolutely, this is really one of the very, very strongest tournaments of the year. Let's go to the game of Prague and Vincent.
Yes.
It's so rare these days to be in the commentary booth and, be at a tournament where I haven't seen a Berlin yet. I saw Petrov. Yesterday, Jan defended his Petrov, Russian defense, but
maybe it should be in the
Berlin.
contracts, sir, I think,
No
that you don't
Berlins.
play Berlin in this event, yes?
Right.
That's a good idea.
There was a
for the
tournament
next
held
event.
in Buenos Aires called Sicilian Love. And the players all had to sign a contract,
Yes.
whereas white and black the moves e4, c5, knight f3, and no matter what black did, you played d4. You have to play an open Sicilian.
Not even close Sicilian, nothing. Yes.
No, open Sicilian
Like
love. But no Berlin love so far for this tournament.
We're not crying that much.
Not much. D2, D3. This is so rare. I don't even... Wow. I'm even confused what the name of this move is. Everybody, if you look at your database of, I don't care, a million games, you're going to see 100,000 rookie ones.
Yes. That's...
I mean, come on. It's everybody plays rookie one. D3.
But poor Prague, he started with 2 zeros.
Two
It's
losses.
two losses. Like we call it like short castling sometimes.
Yes.
And according to Botvinnik,
long castling too.
today you have to make a draw no matter what, right?
Right.
So
right.
we'll see. But I think it's not the case with youngsters. They want to still fight back. And
they bounce back very quickly. D7, D6. Okay, the good news about D3 is you're not going to face a Marshall Gambit. But I really don't know what else to say in favor of the move, because in truth you're not putting pressure on black's position.
But you defend your pawn, the central pawn. Yes,
pawn.
that's the only idea I can come out now.
There you go. And bishop d2. Again, I have seen these setups for white where he does go a4, he does play for knight a3 and the different things, but it looks so timid.
Yes, but look at Vincent. I mean, I just trying to understand why he's so, emotional at the moment. Probably he's trying to remember something or recall, let's say, what the consequences of moves and remember his prep or something like that. You can see that he is like trying to go deeper into the position.
We've got a lot of moves to catch up on, so let's get there. So bishop d2. So I think everybody would castle. Bravo, Vincent. h2, h3, just stopping. Very prophylactic move, just to stop black from completing harmonious development. Yeah. Okay. There.
Are you sure? Bishop is already on d2.
Yes,
so
I know.
It's against knight g5. Yes, maybe rook e8 is.
I don't know what that's against. It's sort of like a waiting move and asking, asking white what he wants to do. For me, we always used to speak of the Ruy Lopez as the Spanish torture.
Yes, of course.
It was the Spanish torture. And the Inquisitor was this guy. This guy was always the problem in the Spanish torture. So it would be very, very standard for black not to use the move h6, but just to play bishop e6 in order to trade. That wasn't Vincent. Vincent did not play that. He played h6, rook e1, rook b8. Wow, look at the slow play. d3, bishop d2, a3, h3. Black has everything to decide how he wants to make his construction, his development. Knight d5, knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, knight e7, bishop back to b3, c5. Sometimes the ideas behind this are to play d5 and c4. So just to keep an eye on that. a4, bishop b7, knight h4, and I think finally we caught up with the players, and now we can understand
why actually
Vincent's a little bit concerned.
Yes, there is something to think about in this position, right?
Yes, because again, if white has a free hand, certainly moves like queen f3, queen g4, idea of bishop h6, and even all the way to h5, queen h5. It's rare in the Ruy Lopez. It's rare. White brings out his queen to the king side. He normally only has f3 as an option, not g4, not h5. So this is what is concerned.
It's because the knight is not on f6 anymore, right? Normally knight protects those squares, but now white got this opportunity to bring his queen very close to the king, and who knows what happens next.
Exactly.
Yes, and then we pray.
So, so at this moment, I think the key question that both players have to ask and answer is, can I play d5? If I can play d5, and by the way, please allow me, 2 moves in a row,
Yes.
I will play c4 and force the bishop to a terrible square. So we will capture, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So, and I will recapture, because that's what I like to do, and ask the question, yes? What will you do with your knight?
Yes. So now white should play, I don't know, maybe like queen g4 or
Queen g4.
knight f5 immediately. I don't know. Queen g4 looks good, yes?
Yeah, queen g4, bringing out the queen looks like a very attractive move, certainly to my eyes as well.
Okay. Black can even play maybe knight f6, chasing the queen back or something like that. Yes.
Precisely. So here's my thinking. 90 in my opinion, and in the opinion of Jeremy Selman, a co-author of books, 90% of all tactics
Yes.
exist because pieces are unprotected.
Wow, 90%.
90%.
How did you come out with 90?
Because so many of the tactics have these beautiful names, but in truth they're double attacks. They're just double attacks.
Yeah, it's just
a pawn fork, a knight fork, double attack.
Yes.
But what you're doing when you're making a double attack is you're attacking unprotected pieces. So you kind of look at the position after a move like queen g4, and I just ask you, well,
Yes.
what pieces are unprotected? This guy is
Bishop
very nice.
on d2.
Bishop on d2 is
Yes.
unprotected. So immediately that sends a kind of an alert.
C4, maybe.
Yes.
Yes.
You start to have this alert
Exactly.
where you go, can I play the move c4? Because you mentioned knight f6. You're guilty.
Yes.
And I play knight f6. Now I have the so-called double attack.
Yes.
Yes. You're probably going to have to defend the bishop.
You're right,
yes.
because my bishop is hanging.
Exactly.
Yes. And now my knight is not protected on
Exactly.
h4, so what can we do now?
Exactly.
Knight.
So now you start to think of all of these ways of doubling attack. These tactical motifs start flowing through your mind. You go, oh, that's unprotected, that's unprotected. I'm not saying it's all working. I mean, you still have to
figure
it out.
Maybe there is some intermediate move,
Exactly.
somewhere. I know one German word.
Yeah, by the way,
Yes.
Elizabeth has been coaching me on all of these German terms. I'm going to trick you, and I bet you everybody will fall for the same trick. When you read a chess annotation and you hear the word Luft, the commentator says, oh, H2, H3, white makes Luft. What do you think?
I think about Russian word, which is untranslatable, probably like small corner.
Small corner?
Yes. But because, I know the term. But otherwise, I think about something like air.
Yes.
Yes.
Luft, air.
Yes.
So what we say in English or American, we make air for the king or breathing room for the king, so that the king doesn't get mated on the first rank. Yeah. So we make Luft. But she says, no. It's actually Luftluck. Luftluck. It's 2 words, and it means air box. So it's a very specific square that the air, which is closer to your Russian.
Russian version, yes. I see. Very nice.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Me too. But by the way, now that we are talking about Elizabeth, I'm sure all the followers are asking this question of who is this girl sitting instead of Elizabeth? Where is she?
We have an imposter.
Yes. By the way, everybody who has his ideas, where is Elizabeth? You can write it in the chat, I guess, in YouTube, and we will check it. We know the answer, yes. And
creative answers get extra credit.
Exactly. And if you find her somewhere in this space, it's going to be even better.
Exactly. Knight h4. Sorry, where did we go? Let me just update my board.
So the question was with d5. If black will come out with d5.
Yes, precisely.
Yeah.
So the question was d5, and we started looking at this.
Yes.
And now you understand what I was saying.
Yes.
So I could say to you, okay, maybe I play knight f6, and if you
And down c4.
yes, exactly. And if you try to maintain your perfect threat against h6, you start to understand that white's pieces are not protected.
Yes.
And then my spidey sense is tingling, and I start to look for
I like-
tactical solutions.
I like so much, Yasser, how you brought me to all
To
these
this.
answers, you know.
And then, well, you immediately started to see the
Yes,
c4
immediately.
and knight e4. And yes, it all goes. Vincent doubtlessly is thinking about all of these types of ideas himself because, again, it's a key moment. And I'm not saying that d5 is the only move or something like that. I'd always like to say it's the most challenging. It's the most challenging, and I'm sure that has his attention.
He is thinking for quite a lot of time right now,
Right.
and really I can feel that he's emotional. I mean, he is really like going through some interesting variations, and like actually it's nice to, of course, follow the players and their reactions. You can see also Prague now, and
Yeah.
he is also like,
Okay. okay.
both of them, they kind of feel that it's like the position where many things can happen. Maybe one of the critical moments of the game,
Truly.
because such moves like d5,
Yes.
once again,
Very
they're responsible,
responsible,
and
yeah.
you have to understand like all the consequences of this move, and at the same time it's very tempting, especially those lines you showed.
Exactly. to
Yes.
do things of that nature. Another thing that I just kind of cognited on there for a moment is this rook on b8. Yeah.
Yes.
So we're going to go back just one move, and I explain the way I think about chess. And the last move, the last few moves, pardon me, were these. Yes, we just go back and here. So when I, as white, play the move a4, I do it for two purposes. The first purpose is I'm trying to create a weakness.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mhm.
But the second and most important idea behind the move a4
To
is I want to open my
first
rook.
open-
I want to, on a good day, play rook a7 and smash you, across the board. How brilliant am I? Clear.
Mhm.
From Black's point of view, Black is sitting there with his rook on b8 and mysterious rook. Like, what is it doing on b8?
Maybe
Mysterious rook.
it dreams one day also to land on b2 after some ideas with c4.
That's
Yasser, now that you taught me,
Exactly right.
I know what you.
That's exactly right.
Yes.
The rook on b8 has its own dream.
Mhm.
Its own dream is to smash and capture the pawn on b2. And we can even sense that as a possibility for Vincent. So then the question becomes confusing for myself. Why did you play the move knight h4? Why didn't you open the A file as soon as you possibly could? Because if you had done that, your rook would be happy, your captain of your team would be happy.
That's
Yeah.
a point, yes.
Yeah.
Your trainer would be happy,
Yeah,
yes.
everybody would be happy. So now we start to look at c4, because now we start to look at Vincent's dreams.
Mhm.
So Vincent's dream is that this rook will smash itself on the b2 pawn. We're going to take, because we don't really like the move bishop a2. It's not nice.
No.
It's not nice.
No.
And we don't like the move bishop a2
Yes.
here. Again, it's not nice, so we take. And we
But now, d5,
d5.
once again, with some ideas, using the
Yeah.
fact that this knight is
Again, the knight
away.
on h4, you start to think,
Mhm.
okay, takes.
And now b2 is hanging, knight is
h4
hanging.
is
Again,
hanging.
double attack.
Again,
Yes, sir.
double act.
It means you have to study only double attack.
Double attacks,
Then you're fine.
90% of all tactics.
Yes.
So one of the ways that you can make yourself tactically stronger,
Mhm.
keep your pieces protected. You're not going to blunder pieces that are protected, know.
Yes, yes.
So that's one way. But here you start to see why Vincent is getting so into the position, because he's sensing that white has not made a responsible move. You played a4, but you didn't play ab5. Can I exploit the fact that you like exactly in this moment, if I was white, I would like to take the a pawn off the board and the a6 pawn off the board and say, okay, I have my rook open.
Yes.
The fact that it's closed and I'm facing queen takes h4, rook takes b2 makes me a little bit annoyed. Again, I'm not saying who has an advantage. I'm just saying these are the thoughts that I would have.
I just wonder, let's speak a little bit
Please.
About psychology of this game and of the players. Like, I'm sure you have, let's say, I'm sure you have your opinion about it. Like, imagine Prague lost 2 games now. He plays with white pieces.
Yes.
We discussed that Botvinnik recommended just to make a draw.
Exactly.
But still, let's say you play against, again, one of the top junior players, Vincent, who is, of course, is after you right now, knowing that you lost 2 games.
Right.
And, like, what would be the approach for the players who lose a couple of games, few games in a row? Like, have you ever experienced these situations?
Crazily enough, I've had like 3 times in my career I won 7 Grandmaster games in a row. 7. 3 times.
Great.
But one time in my career, something unbelievable happened to me. I never imagined it was possible. I had gotten a cold in a tournament, and I had lost 3 games in a row. The first game, I overpress, simple. Second game, blunder, and the third game, catastrophic blunder. Exactly in that moment when I was 0-3, I had the feeling that the universe changed.
I know what you mean.
Like the rules of nature had changed. The laws of physics had gone upside down, and I was in an incredible crisis. Okay, I drew and won, and the crisis was averted. But, you know, I lost 3 games in a row. I've seen players having horrible performances. Alexei Sherov, I don't want to say he lost all of his games, but he had one tournament where I think he lost like 9 out of 11 or something. Just
Estonia
ridiculous.
Or something. Yes, this carries.
So you could talk about some really, terrible things, and it's incredibly painful when that happens. And I'm with Botvinnik 100%. You
just make a draw and run.
Just make a draw, get out, and then try to recalibrate and understand what went wrong. By the way, after a lot of thought, Vincent declined
both
all
of our
these ideas of c4 and d5. He simply developed his queen. Not bad. And he does set up. You don't have your opportunity to play queen f3 or queen g4 or queen h5 moves, because yes, c5, c4 is the idea behind queen c7 to shut down this bishop. So after queen c7, again, if I was white, with both hands, I would be grabbing this pawn, and now I would think ab. Now I would think, do I want to play queen e2? Do I want to play c4? Do I want to play c3? I would think here. But first I would open up my rook, and I don't know, bishop c... this is one of those
Bishop a5, yes, I'm also thinking, but I'm not sure if it's good or not.
Right, like, why would the bishop be good on a5? I have
so
doubts.
It feels not good, yes, for you. Like sometimes you don't need to count, right? I have a feeling, Yasser, you have already all answers. Like, don't go with this bishop there.
Like what are you going to do? Like what are you going to do? It really needs to be elbowing over the h6.
Don't we have any ideas with sacrificing this bishop? No, I don't think so. Not yet. Like I'm already started to me, Yasser, always checking some checks in the position. But okay, it's probably too early.
The problem with the immediate bishop takes h6, I could imagine that after gh, queen g4 check, I could actually get something. But what I mean is...
The knight is on the 7. That's
yes. There's a potential that maybe the rook could
somehow
be
come closer.
A rover, and this could potentially lead to a good compensation. The problem I'm having with the immediate bishop h6 is this.
Against c4, yes.
Yeah, this move first, before capturing the bishop, that will really take the potency of the attack, neutralize it, if you will. So, yeah, I think c4
style.
I have to...
From now on, I'm checking all the moves from the Norderbeck style, giving up both bishops and, bishop f7, bishop h6. Okay, joking. Yes,
Right.
it's too much. Yes,
Right.
just but we have to check it a little bit. Yes.
The second of Anish Giri, I was joking with Jan Gustafsson, Gusti.
Yes.
I was saying, Gusti, I've been working with Elizabeth Bates, and Elizabeth has been going down all of the German regulations on strategy and tactics and defense, and there are 3 types of defense.
Alles in Ordnung. Yes.
And Gusti, yes, in Germany we're a very regulated society. We have rules for everything.
And he called it Eastern German school. Yes,
the Eastern German school.
Yes. She is one of the representatives.
She was a fine representative.
Yes.
Queen c7. Let's go back to our game that is featuring the leaders of the tournament. 2 of the co-leaders, Levon and Nodebrek, are up against it. When we were looking at this very intriguing dragon Sicilian, g5, I thought knight d7 was everybody's go-to move. That was not what he played. Knight e8.
Knight e8.
Okay, now I am definitely out of any prep, any knowledge. Knight e8. Wow. So that knight is going to take quite some hopping to get back to the fight. It's sort of like it's really needs to develop itself, and
yes, it takes a long way. Yes,
a very long way.
Yeah, but okay, let's see. Maybe.
Okay, I would have thought that this gives Levon some free hand to launch an attack. Castles.
So castle, queen a5.
Queen to a5. Knight to b3. Okay.
Actually, the idea was to take on d4 and take on g5. Yes, to move queen a5 with the idea to take everything and win the pawn.
Right.
Maybe
so
one day.
So just to show what you've just discovered,
if it's possible, let's see.
Undefended.
Undefended pawn.
Tactics. Removing the defender. Again, these beautiful labels. What is this tactics? This is removing the defender.
Yes, you're right. Yes, actually, yes. In fact, it's all about the same. Yes.
It was an unprotected pawn that got...
Do you think it's a good pawn? Because sometimes it's not the best idea to open the files, but I don't see really how white can take advantage of it.
In this particular case, the g5 pawn is really being this awful irritant in the sense that it is really denying the knight its most natural, best defensive square. So yeah, I would say that queen a5 has such a straightforward idea.
Can I ask you something? What about f4?
Yeah,
like
I would be more tempted myself to defend the pawn and to keep the pieces on the board. What Levon did is invite a queen trade but cost you the dark squared bishop. So he did play the move knight b3. I suppose he...
Bishop g4 is also...
He thought that maybe this move would irritate him.
And bishop b2, for example, then black can even take, yes or what?
Yes. Can I do... Excuse me.
Yes.
Maybe I can do a double attack.
Which one?
This one.
Yes.
This one. This one.
Yes. Now here we go. Yes.
This one. And
so if
I did it the wrong.
Yes. Now knight d4 first.
Yes. Exactly. So f4, bishop to g4, bishop to e2, bishop takes, knight takes, queen takes, and finally I wanted to say,
give me a pawn. Finally,
give me the pawn. Yeah. I think I need to update my board just to refresh my board for just a moment. How do I do that? I go Control R.
Something happened, yes.
Yeah, okay, good.
Yes.
I just had to just do that. So he played knight b3 against the move queen a5. f4 is possible.
But probably there are some consequences, yes. So maybe bishop
Rook
g4 looks strong.
Yeah, knight b3 was Levon's choice.
Mm-hmm.
Bishop takes c3, and Levon said, okay, let's go into an ending, but you gave up the dragon bishop.
Mm-hmm.
I mean...
The monster.
Right. So, people who love the dragon...
They're crying now. Yes. They're not happy.
They're not happy.
Yet.
Sometimes you were about to ask me maybe a little bit psychology.
Mm-hmm.
There are certain players that play terribly when they don't get their setups. Like they have these concepts of themselves. Let's say they like the Maruxi bind. They like having the spatial advantage. When they're on the other side, where they have to defend,
they're not doing well.
Collapse.
Yes.
So certain times you pick up this idea that your opponent is trying to achieve a position, you don't let them. Thump.
Yes.
These games where your opponent has played the dragon and you eliminate the dark squared bishop, this is all some kind of a psychological victory.
Interesting, yes. Maybe this is how Levon feels now, that
Right.
he has done something. Maybe the position is still equal, right? Balanced,
Right.
but he feels that it's a small victory, right?
Right,
At this
or
moment.
even maybe a big victory.
Yes.
But yeah, here's the question. So for the moment, if we do take, we sit there and say, okay, I have the two bishops, but okay, maybe I've a little bit overpressed on the king side. So if I'm in black shoes, I start to think I have to get this knight back into the game. I start to imagine that I'll play f6 and utilize the rook, maybe f5 to utilize my rook, right? And the pawns will be the source of my counterplay. But I start to fear, if I'm in black shoes,
Yes.
that if I don't do something concrete to get counterplay for the two bishops,
It can be a big issue. I have a question.
Yes,
Where
please.
this knight goes from e8, so let's say right now in this position.
It doesn't.
I cannot find a good square for the knight
Exactly.
at the moment.
It
Yes, like-
doesn't. I'm thinking that from White's perspective, I like these bishops on c4. I like this bishop on... So I would like to stop the bishop from getting to c4 by putting the bishop here first.
For
So
example,
I
yes.
say, so you asked me where the knight is
But then
going.
where the knight goes, yes. I
Yeah.
thought that he will be placed on e6, but now I'm not sure. What is the square for the knight?
I'm hoping the knight will land on f6, so we need a move for white. Let's just make a move.
Yes.
And we can determine later whether it was really good or bad. So I'll play f6. So the idea...
Yes, you want to... yes.
Give me
yes.
your pawn.
Yes. So can I just play bishop b2 just to check
Yes,
it?
of
Yes.
course.
So, for example, you achieved what you wanted. You took
Exactly.
this file.
Right.
Yes. How?
And it's very, very standard in the dragon positions that the C file is a source of counterplay, and sometimes as a way of trading the light squared bishops. You're absolutely right that e6 is my square. I need to move the bishop. I need to go
then
knight
you will
g7,
go
knight
knight
e6.
e6, yes. Okay, yes.
Fighting,
so black
fighting.
It's a fight, yes. It's unclear everything.
At least it's not like normally speaking. You give up your dark squared bishop for less than nothing.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
You can get punished.
I would continue like with some plan like b3, bishop d2, and then f4, and maybe f5. But I mean, I'm talking about some. I'm dreaming now. Yes, of course, black is still doing something. But just I thought that maybe we can try to use the fact that king is a bit open right now.
Exactly, and I think that's exactly the way you should. You look at a position. And you don't necessarily calculate a variation. I go here, you go there, I go here, you go there. You just go, what's my setup?
Yes.
What would I like to do? And what you just said, you would like to achieve the pawn going to f4, to f5, put the bishop on d2, blast open the
Rook
king
G1,
side,
and
sign the score sheet.
I just remember that if you have two bishops, let's open
Let's
the position.
open the position.
We remember Elizabeth all the time. So with two
The
bishops,
rules
there are
of-
some rules,
yeah,
right?
exactly.
We follow the ordnung. If it's not working, then we try to be
So-
creative. Yes,
exactly.
first let's start with rules. Yes, let's go and let's open this position.
Once Larry Christensen embarrassed me very badly. We were going to dinner, and I had played a game that ended in a draw, and I had everything, like every possible advantage, brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. And he said, at this moment in the game, you are already preparing your victory speech. And he was right. I was actually thinking,
What you
I
will
will
say?
say my opponents played beautifully. But yes, if you could get bishop d2, f4, f5,
Yes. By
Anastasia,
Exactly,
I mean,
yes.
it will go in your classics, the best selection of games.
I remember, such stories like I remember that I think in the World Cup when you have two games, right? I
Yes,
remember
black and
Janov
white.
played, I don't remember against whom, but his position was winning, and he also told me that he was already thinking what to play in the next, which opening to choose for the second game,
Right.
when something went wrong, and at the end he, I think, even lost or made a draw, and at the end lost the match. But I just mean that it's really, really dangerous to start thinking of something else when the game is still not over, right?
Yeah.
You should focus. Kaisa is not forgiven such things.
Exactly.
Yes.
We have this expression in English. You can tell me if you have the same. Don't count the chickens before they are hatched.
Exactly.
Do you have something?
Similar.
You're right.
Yes.
He was
but
counting
the same, yes.
expectations.
Yes.
By the way, turning our attention to another one of our co-leaders, Wesley So. He is up against Gukesh. This was Queen's Gambit accepted, and I was talking about the different majorities.
Yes.
Kingside, very responsible decision, c5, because we said, like, you make this decision, nobody's protecting d5 anymore. And let's just take a look. How will he follow up? You attack the knight retreats, knight to c2. I'm assuming he wants to play rook d8. It's a tempo.
Mm-hmm.
I'll move out of the way. I'm assuming this is a severe enough threat that you should pay attention. Bishop a5, something of this nature, yes?
Mm-hmm.
And now f4. Is f4 premature? What do you think, Anastasia?
Can I ask you something?
Please.
How much time he spent for move c5, Gukesh? Can we
I'm not,
understand? Because it seems like
I'm not sure.
not sure. Yes, we don't know yet. Yes, but we will check later. Yes.
Yes.
I just because again it can show something like.
I'm sure it
that
was a
he
very
felt
consequent.
that
yeah.
he should do something in this position. If he should play dynamically, otherwise f4 e5 is coming. What you
we
predicted,
said,
yes.
yeah.
So he played c5, but maybe there was nothing really better in this moment. Yes. So yes, f4 e5. The idea is still in the air. Like after the moves
sure.
you said, knight c2, bishop a5.
Yeah,
you know me,
whether
Yasser.
rook
I
or
always
d1.
try to go forward, but still, after bishop a5, let's think about it. What the consequences we can face if we play immediately f4? Maybe there is still move like knight g4 after that. Yes,
exactly. This
Yes.
is maybe a little bit of a drawback. On the other hand, let's say you do play knight g4.
Yes,
On the other hand,
it's protected. Yes, the bishop.
yes, and we spoke already a little bit about the fact if this knight has to move, the knight goes to d5. Fortunately for the moment, there is no threat to capture immediately the knight on f6, and maybe black can do
use it,
something
yes.
to protect the squares. But
You feel
for both
yes.
players, you have to analyze these types of consequences. Sorry.
Yeah, no. You feel that still white pieces are like placed.
And
Well,
for the moment, I'm still
good.
pushing. The
Rook
bishop on
d8.
e2 is not bothering anybody, but if ever it got to c4, we talked about the bishop coming to c4 in Levon's game, but we can imagine that the bishop on c4 would be almost on a perfect square, targeting black's king, targeting the weak d5 pawn. So for Wesley, he's probably thinking that he got for him, what he would consider an advantage out of the opening. I think he's feeling, okay, I've done good. Well, you still have a long way to go. I mean, you didn't win the game, but you can prepare your victory speech.
Actually, with this time control, you really have time to get ready, yes? Let's remind to everyone, actually, the time control, yes? We have 2 hours for 40 moves, and then 1 hour for 20 moves, and only after move 61, we have increment. And I was asking Andrei Yosipenko, he said it's the first time in his life he plays with this time control. Can you imagine this, Yasser, you who played, I think, all your life with this time control? Like, he didn't face it, actually, because at the moment he became active player, everybody already played with increment.
Exactly.
So actually it's first time that he has it in his life.
Actually, it's funnier than that. When I started playing in, let's say, the big Grandmaster tournaments, these prestigious round robins, the time control was 40 moves in 2.5 hours for both players. So we had one session that lasted 5 hours and stop. Then we had the adjournment.
Yes.
Yes? And normally speaking, the next session was 16 moves in 1 hour each.
Okay.
No increments.
Yes.
Bobby Fischer created increments. And we continued like that with adjournments, with adjournments, with adjournments, with adjournments, until the game was finished.
Crazy.
And free days and everything in between. And there was a interzonal in Riga in Latvia, which literally it had like 22 players, round robin, and it lasted like
forever.
8 weeks. And Michael Tal won the tournament brilliantly with like, I don't know, plus 14. Like, it's like an unbelievable.
It's so funny, yes, even to hear these numbers, plus 14. Yes,
exactly. It's like ridiculous.
Yes.
And the tournament lasted forever.
Exactly. So this event is not so bad.
No.
Yes, it will finish still in 10 days, something like that.
Right.
But the funny thing, I was also like thinking about it, like the players, they go through this type of new stress for them, especially the youngsters, because they never played in the situation that they have this time trouble and no increment anymore. I played all my life with this time control as well, and it was like always, of course, very, very nervous moment.
Exactly.
You really you shake. You're very nervous no matter what. Like if you have less than 5 minutes on your clock and let's say a few moves to go, you cannot be sure that you will not need to spend time on certain moment, and you don't have this time anymore. I remember myself making 11 moves in 9 seconds in German Bundesliga.
11 moves in 9 seconds.
Yes, I have done it. And but my coach had definitely heart attack. The coach of the team. Yes. So I won the game but lost the coach.
Right.
Yes. At this moment. So I mean that they actually facing something new, completely new, which is kind of old, but old new, right?
That is nice.
This time control.
And again, you're absolutely right. And for us in the chess world at those times, it was always, always, always the 40th move blunder.
Exactly. Remember all these
moment
things.
you know, like you're just about to make the time control, you bang the clock and bang.
Finished.
That was the 40th move blunder. And it was always like, oh my gosh. One of my absolute favorite stories was, I told you the time control of 40 moves in 2.5 hours. For some strange reason, we had this guy, Isaac Kashdan. He was a chess grandmaster, U.S. champion, who was the arbiter of the Lone Pine tournaments. And he thought 40 moves was not enough, that you should play 50 moves in 2.5 hours, and you avoid a lot of time trouble by you avoid a lot of adjourn games with this 50 moves. This extra 10 moves.
Yes, everything is solved.
Wonderful.
There. Yes.
But those players who like to get into time trouble would get into time trouble at move 20.
Of course, like.
So by the time you get to move 50, pieces are going left and right. And it was this brilliant, brilliant game between international master Mark Diesen and great chess legend Sami Reshevsky. Both players in time trouble. Both players have, I'm not kidding, 3 minutes to make 30 moves. Like, oh my God. So they start banging, bang, 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 bang. And during this time fighting, White has a pawn on the A file. that somehow went from A2 to A3 to A4 and got knocked off the board. Bang, 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 bang. Last move. Reshevsky's last move was queen b5. He's black. Bang. Flag. They didn't make move 50. They made move 60.
It happened also. Yes.
Way past the time control.
Yes.
So Isaac Kazhdan says, gentlemen, fill in your score sheets. So they stop the clock.
Normal
they move
situation,
to the next table. And the arbiters who are writing, the spectators like me who are seeing which move was made, and both players. But now, on the table, the pawn is standing on A4. On this other board, the pawn is standing on A4, and Mark is looking at the queen is standing on B5 in the real game.
Yes.
And nobody's capturing this A4 pawn. So they fill in the score sheet. And Sammy can see what's
what's
fate
going on.
is going to happen. No, this is illegal. The pawn doesn't count because it got knocked off the board, and I'm protesting.
Crazy, yes.
But we had these time scrambles, which, by the way, with a 30-second increment, you don't see anymore.
Exactly. So, Yasser, now we have to make a bet.
Okay.
How many... Will we have at least one player in this tournament who will lose on time? Huh?
Ooh, I may have to call a friend on this one. Where's Lizzie when you need her?
Yes, I know which friend you want to call probably.
I'm going to suggest yes.
You
I
think
don't know
yes?
who.
Yeah.
I don't know who.
But let's bet, yes, that we'll have at least one game, yes.
Yeah.
If Ivanchuk was playing here, of
Then-
course, we know
we will bet
what
for sure.
could happen. Yes,
Right.
I mean,
we are going to take our first break because we actually. It's
Couldn't
so nice
stop
to
talking.
it's so nice to be with you and to chat and play catch up, especially on these old time controls. People don't realize how incredibly slow chess was today. We're so used to the online chess with 5 minutes and Armageddon and action. You can't imagine how long
yes.
these matches and tournaments were. We're going to have a small break. 10-minute break. We're going to see you on the other side. Anastasia, it's wonderful
Very soon.
that you are with us. Are you going to be with us tomorrow as well? Yes.
Yes, we're going to be here for 2 days, and you should understand why. Where is our Elizabeth? We're looking for her right now.
Where is she? We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Jan, first of all, how does it feel for you to play here in Düsseldorf? Already 2 rounds are over for you.
Well, it feels great to play classical chess again. So that's the main thing, and I think I really need the practice, at least as yesterday's games. I think it proved it like pretty like in a pretty weird way, but yeah, I mean the practice is key in front of upcoming match.
Yeah, absolutely. And how surprised you were to come back to your room and discover that you could actually get such a big advantage out of the opening, and what actually happened?
Well, I actually was quite sure that the advantage was huge, but not like nothing like winning. Yeah, it was painful, yeah, because okay, the tactic was, this tactical trick was like, I don't know, like 2000 level, I would say so, yeah. So yeah, it was was really disgusting, but also I give credit to Andreikin because after B3 he probably found all the best moves, because his position, I really felt like it's like just like mate, like bishop b2, bishop d3, and attacking the king. But yeah, this incredible tactic like f6, rook f7, rook f8. So I think one could rarely see such a repetition. Yeah, but yeah, of course it's like painful, and like five moves like keep you an extra pawn and give you some nice advantage, and you decide to be even more smart, yeah, to come up with some extra idea, which is not good in fact.
Yeah, but okay, let's forget about the previous game. What about today? How did it go for you?
Today, Jan-KrzysztofDuda made me like work quite a lot, and I think the line is looks like very very simple, but the structure is could be quite unpleasant, and I felt like maybe I mixed up a little bit, so maybe queen d7 a little bit passive move. But yeah, that's probably what happens time to time in Petro, so you get like some slightly unpleasant position and you should play carefully to hold it. But I guess maybe after b5 and b4, maybe h5 is a tricky move, but I didn't see anything real for him, so maybe he could keep some advantage, or maybe he can try to exchange queens and go to the knight endgame, but I still think it should be holdable. So yeah, just I think a very useful game for me, so just to reminds how unpleasant chess is, yeah.
Sometimes, yes, but I was also wondering what are your expectations in this event, and especially the fact that you play most probably the last one before the match.
Well, once again, as I said before, the key is practice. But if I play like well, if I manage to win some games, I would be like even happier. But in general, it's about like feeling if I can play at all.
Now, actually, you are number 2 in the world. First of all, did you enjoy this moment, and do you put some other goals right now because of that?
Well, it wasn't directly connected to me. Yeah, this. This getting the that high in the rankings, but yeah, it's sometimes like very wise just not to play any chess and like see others suffering. But okay, now I think it's my turn to suffer.
Yeah, but have you ever thought of trying to be the first one in the world? Not only in terms that now you'll play this World Championship match, but also in the rating list.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind, but I think in classical it would take a while.
And my last but your favorite question, how the preparation is going before the match? Like, can you reveal, some secrets, what's going on? How is your team doing?
The team is doing fine, thank you. And I can't reveal any secrets.
No? Okay, we'll see later. Thank you very much, Jan. All the best of luck in the tournament. Gukesh, first of all, congratulations on your victory today. It was against Prague, your teammate, compatriot. So how was it? How is it difficult for you to play against him?
Yeah, of course, Prague is a very strong player. But I don't really have any difficulties playing against him. He's a strong player, and our games are always interesting. So I'm always looking forward to play against him.
So it was actually a very, very interesting game. I couldn't understand anything. I saw that on Move 14s you spent like almost half an hour. What was happening? What did you calculate? Tell us.
So basically I didn't know the mode d5. So I knew that d5 was not very precise, but I didn't know how bad or how what was the exact evaluation. So started calculating and had two options: ED-CD knight e3, bishop e6, and that was not very satisfactory for me. So I saw bishop f6, and at first I completely missed this idea of taking on bishop g4. I was mainly calculating gf6, knight e3, bishop e6, where I thought I might be slightly better with knight d2. But after queen f6, ed5, bishop g4, the lines were super complex, and yeah, if I started...
Scary.
Yeah, very scary, but I started calculating and I found some very nice lines. And yeah, one of the lines that I calculated happened in the board, rook e1, with this long variation in knight h4, queen h6, rook e1. I was stuck for a long time after queen h6. I didn't know what to do, but then I spotted rook e1 and I thought I should be better. I have 3 pawns and my king starts running, so I thought I was better, but it's very unclear. I might easily have missed something there for black.
What was the final mistake of your opponent? What do you think? Where did you feel that you are winning?
I was actually thinking that all along I should be better. Maybe I was influenced by my preparation because I knew that d5 was not very good. But like the moment I realized I had won was when he played rook b2. I knew the Persian was okay winning, but had like 7 minutes to make 9 moves or something. So I was not really relaxed at that point. But yeah, after rook b2, I spotted this knight e7. It was clear.
And a few words about your previous game. You played against Anish. It was really a long game. And how was it? I mean, was it difficult to, put such a resistance?
Yes, I knew this line. I knew that b6 should be the move, but then I thought I spotted e5 and it was very interesting and it was hard for me to not go there. But turns out it was not very precise and I got into a very very unpleasant position. And yeah, when he got this opposite colored bishop and risk-free edge, I knew it was going to be a long game and I had to fully focus. And I was very proud with how I defended because it's a position where it's not losing, but one mistake is all it takes to get to collapse, I think. So I think I defended very well. And yeah.
So now you started with 1.5 points. How do you feel yourself now in Düsseldorf and in the playing venue? What are your impressions after a couple of rounds?
Yeah, I like this place. The playing hall, the city, everything is very nice. And yeah, I look forward to playing some more good games.
Thanks a lot and all the best of luck for you, Gukesh. Levon, yesterday Yasser welcomed you in the studio. Today it's me who welcomes you again in Düsseldorf. How does it feel for you to play here? How do you feel yourself after 2 rounds?
Oh, it's very good. Generally playing in historic and big cities is very enjoyable. And I, of course, take advantage of that. I walk every day for 2-3 hours. So it's a part of preparation.
And now it's actually a good time, I think, to be here because we have this carnival. Have you seen some people and, and something really interesting?
I don't really think carnival is something for me because honestly, I don't like the alcohol consumption on the streets so much. I think I got used to the American way that you're not allowed to drink on the street. So this is a bit weird for me.
I see. So you enjoyed walking so far, and what about chess? How are your games?
So far, I think I'm playing solidly. Today was an interesting game too. I generally love that the tournaments have lots of young players. This is very exciting for me, and this is very interesting also.
Yeah, I mean, it's a clash of generations, and we were actually trying to do something like that, like 5 against 5. Like, who do you think is the most perspective player in this tournament from the youngsters?
Well, I think it would be disrespectful to Abdusattorov because he almost won Vaikanze. So, of course, he is at the moment in a great shape.
But today you played, you were checking today the German star, Vincent Keymer. How was the game? Actually, I couldn't understand anything, to tell you the truth, at a certain point. Who is better? What's going on? Computer was telling all the time 0. I'm sure even for spectators it's unclear, like what's happening. It's a mess, but 0. Why?
I think it's kind of a very balanced position. It's, it's a very structural line where white is trying to play against a white-colored bishop. And it leads normally to very unbalanced positions because black has to be in time to open up the bishop with b5, and white is trying to close the bishop with g4 at some point. So it's a complicated and interesting position. But closer to the end, of course, it's a drawish position. So in Vaikanze, I managed to beat Vincent by offering him a draw. Then he overpushed, so I tried this here because objectively position was equal. But this time I think he didn't want the same experience.
So far so good. Thank you so much and all the best of luck. Thank you. Welcome back to Düsseldorf. Welcome back to VR Chess Masters Tournament. Here we are again, Anastasia Karlovic and Yasser Seiravan.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our show, indeed.
Yes.
Anastasia, we had great fun on our break because the stories we have been telling about the time control inspired many people in our live audience here, Mark, to share some of his own stories.
Yeah, so even our producer cannot stay aside. He wanted to jump in and tell his stories as well, but we didn't let him for now. We kept them for ourselves.
Hope you enjoyed the interview that we just had there with Aronian, and of course he is one of our tournament co-leaders. He's up against Nordebek. And in this position, this is very, very intriguing for me. This exact moment, what happened was the move f7, f6. In my mind, this move is an essential part of what black has to do to compensate himself for the two bishops. But it's extraordinary for me. I always started the move f7, f6 by first trading the knights. Yes? I'm not afraid of the bishop on a5, and I was thinking that, okay, in this case I will play the move f7, f6, probably with bishop e6 included.
First, yes, I remember that.
And then I wanted to play f6. But definitely f6 was an essential part of what I was doing, but I was always trading. What is a surprise for me was the decision that Nordebek made right here when he played f6 and allowed the capture. So knight takes c6, b takes c6. Now, for a lot of people might think, oh, black benefited by this trade of pawns on c6. And I have absolutely the different idea. I have the idea that it's essential for black to have the open or half-open c-file as a source of counterplay.
I remember you told me that, yes.
And that it's very strange, but this structure of e7, d6, c6 can really be a bad one. For example, takes, takes, knight takes. Now, already we stop right here, and we understand that the move e4, e5 can really mess you up.
Wow, that's really interesting.
Your whole structure is ruined when you start to look at takes, check. Let's just put the king. It doesn't matter. And you start to think to yourself, oof, why do I have such a structure, right?
Yes.
Look at this
4
ugly...
islands and weak pawns.
So these are the types of things that I want to avoid. And so it was a surprise for me when I saw Black
allowing to
allowing
take
this.
yes, knight c6. Really interesting.
And I feel like in this particular moment that Levon really is in his element. He's feeling himself as the professor.
Yes.
Like now,
I will show you
now
the
I'll
lesson.
show you why you can't have this type of a structure. And again, bishop c4 check already. E5 is one of those essential that you always start to calculate. By the way, I find the move rook g1 rather intriguing. Help me out here,
I think
Anastana.
yes. Why not rook e1? Yes.
Because I'm so
Focused
fixated.
on this idea e5. Yes. Yes. I mean, looks interesting. Rook e1. Let's say with idea e5. Maybe rook g1 was made in order to try something on g file and maybe try to use g6 weakness at certain point, something like that. And hard to say at the moment, but
Okay,
Black
rook g1. I would have been a little bit more direct, maybe
even rook
too
g2,
direct.
rook g1.
Okay.
Maybe you double rooks even on g file. Maybe it's really straightforward. Huh?
That may very well happen because
Yes,
he played
A5.
the move a5.
5.
In this case, of course, I think Black is thinking, I would love to trade
Trade the
bishops.
bishops.
So let's see what you said. I like what you said.
Let's just find out if the straightforward line is working, right? So, for example, if bishop b6, you take, and take the bishop, trade the bishops, and then you play rook g1. How are you going to protect g6?
As they say, not easily.
Like rook g8, I
Yes.
can. Yes, okay, that's tricky. You
That-
can if you take on the6, now the king takes.
With the
yes,
king, they'll take.
yes. So let's say still you can do it at the moment.
Even this position, by the way,
Mhm. F4.
I have the feeling that
Can
Black
be
is the
unpleasant.
one who's on the back foot in this position.
Mhm.
Another thing I just wanted to say is that in this, whoops, I went back too far. In this position after a5, rook g2,
Mhm.
bishop a6, I always like to talk about this idea of trades.
Mhm.
So for me, whenever I have a trade,
Yes.
I'm trading one pawn for a pawn, one
Yes. Yes. Yes.
bishop for bishop, queen for queen, etc., etc. I always think who benefits.
I like this. This is the only lesson I clearly remember from St. Louis.
Yeah.
Trade on my terms. I
Yeah,
want to
exactly.
trade on my terms, and
Exactly.
this is what I really
Right.
think is great.
So I'm thinking to myself,
Mhm.
should I trade on the a6 square?
Or
Or-
bishop b6. Okay. Mhm.
Would your rook be worse on the c8 square? So I always I have that type of thing running in my mind.
And now
I'm-
with this pawn on c6, let's better push this rook on c8. Yes.
away, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so these are, and I think that Levon is enjoying the position. Is there, besides rook g2 here, after the move a5,
Mhm.
let's just stop for a second. Is
Yes.
there, I'm apologies, I'm really so,
Focus on the5. You want to check it right away.
like, I just feel like some kinds of, for reasons, maybe bishop f5 is fine, sorry.
Wow, bishop f5, and then I take bishop f4 with this type of position.
Right.
Black is okay.
But I think you have to play bishop
Mhm.
f5 in this exact
Mhm.
moment. Oops.
Yes, so
Uh,
e5, yes. Mhm.
Sorry.
Let's go again.
One more time. Because I'm really dreaming of taking on f6 and taking on g6 and
G6 now.
open
Mhm.
d file.
Rook g8, your idea? Now?
G8.
I mean, I'm just
God,
following your advices.
Good. It was good.
This is
Double attack.
nice. Yes, double attack again.
Undefended rook on g8. Yes.
Yes, skewer.
Skewer. But it's, again, the undefended piece. Yes.
Yes. like king
Okay.
h7, but we keep bishop e7.
Right.
Yes.
So it really feels like the tactics, the strategic motifs are really favoring Levon at the moment. And by the way, one of the things that I really enjoy about Levon's games is he has this magnificent talent of playing creative tactically.
Yes.
He finds ways of playing tactics one after another. He has this
Yes.
very beautiful gift. It's a gift.
Remember what he told you, that nobody falls anymore for my cheap tricks. Yes, but sometimes still,
They still
try
do.
to resist
Right.
all the game and not to fall.
Not so easy to
Yes.
resist his cheap tricks. By the way, do we have Rook G2 on the board? I think we do.
Yes, he plays Rook G2.
Well, it's the consequent
Yes.
follow-up to Rook G1.
Double,
by the way,
the rooks.
bravo. These guys are
At
good.
least I managed with one move,
Right.
in this game.
Right.
Yes.
I also liked it very much. I was talking to Vadim, and I said, Vadim, I have gone to watch the players analyze together.
Yes.
And after the analysis, they went to another room.
Yeah.
And I said, I wanted them to come to interview. He said, they had the fair play.
Yes, check.
They have the fair play check after the game.
Yes.
I said, this is very, very good. Anastasia is going to join me tomorrow. Can we have the fair play commentary?
Exactly. Remember.
And now we see.
Yes,
we
yes,
see
yes,
why
yes.
I asked for it.
I got it. Yes, we have to check me every day. Yes.
Yeah, but you're feeling
Yes.
actually that Nadebek is actually defending.
I have feeling that his position, if he
Not
doesn't do
easy.
anything, may collapse even, at
Yes,
certain point. This G6 weakness,
It's very severe.
two bishops for white, like it's, even if we just look at the position and try to estimate it according to some normal standards, you can understand that white should be better. How much better? It's another question. We don't know.
Exactly.
We don't use computers here.
But
And
it's feeling very good, and this looks almost like a very, very consequent line. So once again, we'll just go down, because we've got something like this. I'm doing it in the most brutal
yes, I got it. Just
fashion,
like Rook
like-
G1.
Yes. And
Oh, you didn't play Rook
Oop,
G1? Yes.
it did get
Jump.
it slipped out. And something like this, where I'm just feeling like, okay, my intention is to play Rook to G5 and maybe E5
Five.
check, or maybe F5, and just take advantage of the fact that this rook will be pinned. You can see that this will be a very difficult and long ending for black.
Yes, and
So-
actually Levon won this rook ending against Prague in the first game, showed how to do it.
Exactly,
Yes.
exactly. And, it was funny watching the game unfold. I just had this feeling that, Levon had this kind of mastery. And yet those rook endings are so tricky that when I went over it carefully with the engine later, the engine was saying, inaccurate, a little bit better here, a little bit
Yes.
better there. It's still a great game by Levon. We'll keep an eye on this clash of our two leaders. Wesley So, also in the leader's position. What's your opinion about Wesley? Very practical player, no?
Yes. He's very, very experienced. He mentioned also in his interview that he plays too many events lately. So I guess he wants to save some energy, for the whole tournament. He's very, very, very good in this. I've seen him playing also in this Grand Prix event in March here, also in Germany 1 year ago almost. And also there he managed to go through the whole distance and always had some, reserve. It's very, very important.
Undefeated, though.
Yes,
too.
he was.
Like,
Yes,
he's
remember he won the
so-
tournament won the final against Hikaru at the very end. This Grand Prix event.
He's so difficult to beat.
That's another story. Yes, try to beat. Actually, I think he lost only one game. Made this kind of blunder against Tabatabai, a very crazy game. But again, after that, he came back and just crushed everyone.
Wow.
Yes. So let's say I think he has also quite good psychology. Like and he's also takes everything seriously. He came here 3 days before to fight because he came from US. He had to adjust to the situation, so he fought jet lag successfully for the moment. And I think very, very, very good start for him. 1.5 points out of 2. Won the game against Jan-KrzysztofDuda, and today we'll see with Gukesh. Yes, with 1.5 points as well. They share the lead at the moment.
And really intriguing strategic fight as the two bishops, the different pawn structures. This last move, bishop e6, really seeks to play the move, in my opinion, bishop to c4. You want to deny your opponent the two bishops. So big fight going on, and Wesley says, no, the knight on c2 is simply in the way. I'm going to protect the square c4, and maybe on a good day, the knight may jump to b5 one day. We'll see.
I think it's all about when he will push this f4 and e5. They're moving around this these ideas. Like we were checking with you what will happen if you do it immediately.
Right.
But I think he's just getting ready for this moment, and if he manages to do it in a good moment, he will probably get a big advantage.
Remarkably enough, I've seen him do it twice in, real life kind of thing. It was Gadakamsky. Gadakamsky had these types of positions as white, and he always made this move, king h1. He followed it up with bishop g1, and then he went f4 e5.
Yes, I got it.
And nobody could touch the bishop on g1 anymore. There was no knight g4 jumps.
Good
and
idea.
He was very, very impressive.
Isn't it pleasant sometimes, yes, when you play and you kind of have to count every time what happens after f4, f5? It's even a bit unpleasant, yes, for the opponent, right?
Exactly. a7, a6. Again, Gukesh is trying to utilize his queenside majority as best he can. Again, white starts looking, how am I going to get that f4, e5 bit first? Again, we talk about responsibility. We play the move c4.
Yes.
We are inviting knight to c6 to d4. c4.
c4, and he played it very quickly.
c6 right away.
Wow. Okay, this is interesting. c4 is...
And by the way, I think I just said for social media, they can follow us on Twitter. And,
exactly, yes. So, of course, I have to mention that. Remember me, social media expert in St. Louis. Yes, of course, we are doing the same here. We have all possible social media. We have Twitter account, Instagram account, as well as LinkedIn, and as well as, of course, YouTube channel, which you can follow directly. Of course, VR Chess. You just kind of try to go through VR Chess, and you will find all the accounts as well as the website vrchess.com. Very, very easy. And please follow our social media. Please come to the website. You will find more information, more brilliant pictures of Leonard Tots, who is with us here, and reports and everything. Lots of additional information you will also find there. So please, guys, we are waiting for you, and we are bringing lots of materials these days.
Absolutely. Now, Anastasia, because I have you in studio, I can. You're actually wearing many hats. Now, today, of course, you're a commentator, and for many events, you are a commentator. So this isn't unusual. But what's unusual is you're really a person that's put together a team, and you helped organize this event. You invited the players. You've done a lot.
Actually, I've done completely different roles, which were new for me. Yes, you're right, absolutely, Yasser, and it was very challenging.
That's what I wanted to ask. Yes. What were some of your challenges?
Yes. Here, yesterday, for example, I was doing short interviews. Today, we're here with you because Elizabeth left us alone and for a couple of days.
Right.
Yeah, but you're right. I mean, actually, first of all, I'm very happy that this event is happening.
Taking place.
Yes, so we have a new chess event. It's something to celebrate. It's great, right?
Absolutely.
Yes, top players are playing, and we have fantastic games, great atmosphere here. Everything was done in the best way. We are in the best spot in Düsseldorf right now. So this is how chess should be treated, I believe.
Right.
And of course, all this happened because of the main organizer, Vadim Rosenstein, who actually was, I think, inspired with the tournament in St. Louis, which he was visiting.
Sinkfield
Cup. Yes, he came there actually at the right moment right? When the whole
Yes.
drama was happening and everything. And he actually, this is how we met him, right? I mean,
Right.
Yasser, you were also there.
Exactly.
And I think he also was inspired with the whole thing in the club and, this atmosphere. And he decided, even though he was already announced as one of the organizers of the main organizer of of World Team Rapid Championship in Düsseldorf, still
That
he
will be
did,
in June.
which will be in June. You're right, but still he decided to make one top event,
Okay.
for top 10 players. And here we are after a few months of
Mhm.
preparation. And I was actually in the role of event manager
Yes.
for this tournament. And you're right. I mean, we had to do contracts with players, invite them, find a place where the tournament will be happening,
Venue,
and so many things. And
media
Exactly.
conferences, opening ceremony,
great
mayors,
commentators.
well, getting
Yes.
the mayor,
I was
the
not
political,
alone.
yeah,
And it's important. We had a
Right.
very good team. Of course, Vadim himself did lots of things, but we also had Anastasia Sorokin and Sebastian Ziebrecht.
for the arbiter staffing.
Everything, yes. So security, fair play, so many things actually. Like I've witnessed so many events, top events, but the one thing is just to follow them. Another
the
thing
check
is
boxes, yeah.
to do everything. Yes,
Right.
and of course I'm very happy. But we will see what will happen at the end, right? I mean, until the
Exactly.
tournament is not over, things are happening. Let's see, But
What can go wrong?
Yeah,
Nothing
nothing.
can go wrong.
Yes.
No, but I just wanted to say that in speaking to the players, speaking for myself, I can say that they're very, very, very pleased with the venue. The staff here at the Hyatt has just been superb. They've been very, very cooperative. And you say, the top player should be treated in the top way. They agree with you. They love it. And
That's nice.
so this is very, very nice to have a new event. And when I met Vadim, actually I met him over the Bug House. We were playing at
Yes,
a party,
you just started
Bug
to play.
House.
Yes.
And so, he's talking to me about a tournament in Düsseldorf, and I'm thinking to myself, I don't remember the tournament in Düsseldorf. No, he wants to create a tournament in Düsseldorf.
Yes.
I go, oh, well, geez, like bad karma. It's
Yes,
going to be a
yeah.
big job. And it came together really, really well. I always want to say in record time, a lot of people, like you say, don't understand all the things that you have to go through. So oftentimes you need a lot of months to prepare,
Exactly, yes.
but experienced hands as well help a lot.
Yeah, I just want to mention also one thing, that we have
Mhm.
many side events along
Yes,
with
that's
this
the next
tournament.
thing.
Yes, it's also like in the mornings we have kids every day
I
coming
saw
here. Yes,
the
some
children
yes.
earlier. Yeah.
Vincent gave simultaneous exhibition. Jansay Abdu Malik, our guest, she was here, also gave
Yeah,
nice exhibition
Zansaya,
to girls. We will have charity event for Ukrainian refugees tomorrow. So Vadim actually makes sure that also kids are involved, and especially local
Mhm.
youth will participate in certain way in this event. And we should actually mention that he's really a good player and he really loves chess. And
Right.
this thing is very important. I mean, all this is happening, I think, simply because he really loves
Enjoys
chess
it,
and
mhm.
enjoys the game. And there was also a big event in internet, and now 12 young talents will come here for VR Juniors tournament, which starts in a
Right.
couple of days. And Boris Gelfand will give them
Exactly.
lectures.
Exactly.
I mean, so many things are happening. Please come to our website. We check them all
Right.
and learn more about Backhouse event with top players,
Right.
which will be on the last day of the tournament. So, I mean, many things are happening right now. And look also what's happening
On the
here.
boards, yes. Okay, so we just, let me refresh my board for a moment. We just had knight c6 by Gukesh, and it's very clear that this is going to be a strategic fight over the d4 square, and as well as a strategic fight along the b file. So I would probably be thinking in terms of a move like queen b2. The idea behind the queen b2 is as simple as it looks. You kind of want to prophylactically dodge the knight coming to d4. On a good day, you might even want to drop in on b6 or capture a pawn on b7. And I want to fight over who will dominate the d4, the d4 square. Sorry.
No, I mean, just maybe you also give the space for the knight to come, maybe to c2
I give
other
the-
day, yes?
But just like you,
Yeah.
I dream. I don't calculate,
Yes.
I dream. And I always asking myself, I look at my pieces, I talk
Yes.
to my pieces. Are you happy? You happy? You happy? You happy? You happy? And I talk to my knight. And my knight is saying, hey, dude, hey, man, hey, I could do a better job if you put me on a better square. And what you just said, I make room for the knight. Well, yes and no, because I asked the knight, well, what's your square?
Yes. What
The
is
knight
it?
says D5.
Ah,
The knight
I
says,
see.
put me on the D5 square,
Yes.
and I'll show you how strong I can be.
You're right.
And then I go, so you
How can you get there? Yes, this
want
next
to
question.
go like this. Okay, it may take me, I'm not worried about moves at this point. I'm just asking what would be the dream. And for you, rook on A1. Yeah, hey, rook on A1 is talking to me. I hear it loudly, and he's saying to me, guy, you haven't even touched me. Don't you know I'm a strong piece?
Yes.
Where would you like to go? He says, well, come on, the open file, of course, or the half-open file.
Yes.
So either you're going to put me on B1 or you're going to put me on D1, and let's go.
Yes. The secret is simple. Just try to make your pieces happy and ask them
Exactly.
questions from time to time.
Exactly.
That's good. That's
And-
very good advice. Yes. Sir.
Yeah, and also, by the way, talking to the pieces, you can, when Boris Gelfand is here, Rustam Kazimzhanov is another person we would love to get as a guest to come on the commentary. These guys really know. They know. And the way they think, the way they approach a position, you'll get an opportunity to really be in a master class
Exactly.
when they
yes,
join
yes.
us.
They
There
will.
we see Gukesh on our screen here.
I also heard for the fans of Jan Gustafsson, he might also come.
Gusti?
Yes. He's ready. He's preparing. Yes.
Gusti, by the way, is one of those people that every time I see him, I just have this impression he's going to make me laugh. He's got a good joke that he's going to share with me.
Yes.
What is going on
I
in
don't
this
know.
game
I
between
think
Jan and
Anish.
Anish? We've more or less lost
Yes.
track of what was going on in this game. Doesn't it look like a reverse Grunfeld, a reverse dragon? Pardon me. It looks like it came out of the English.
Mm-hmm.
Sure looks like a reverse dragon. And in English, so many similar motifs of the game of Levon,
Mm-hmm.
except so many differences as well. The G pawn's not on G4. There's not. There aren't trades on the king side. The bishop is going to go to A3. Okay. So, for an English player, this is for me all very standard stuff.
What's going
Whoa.
on? I
There
don't
goes the
understand
pawn on E5.
anything.
He took and he went bishop back to B6.
So
Sorry, what didn't you understand? There was a bishop on
yes, you on
Queen takes,
B2.
rook
Yes,
takes,
rook
yeah.
B2. Yes. So nothing else. Like.
Yeah.
Mhm.
And first impressions, I hate black's position. I viscerally hate black's position. Black's a pawn up.
Yes.
But the extra pawn is a doubled A pawn.
What
So
about
you
the
don't
rook?
even speak about it as being, if the pawn on A5 was disappearing or the pawn on A7. So then what's left are two disconnected pawns. Meanwhile, we have the dragon pawn structure. So it just basically means that so many endings are just winning for white that black has to avoid a large number of endings. And then the next problem that I have for black is what's your dream? What's your dream as black?
For black, yes. I mean, I'm trying. Maybe if I get rid of the pawn from A7 and put the rook instead,
and then you'll be
could help
behind.
a little bit, to push the
Right.
pawn at least. But now
Exactly.
it's not possible. I mean, I'm ready to give up even the pawn. Can I remove it from the board?
Exactly.
Yes, but not possible.
But it's not so easy for you to say to me, oh, the rook on B7 belongs on E8.
No,
it
I don't
belongs
know
on
what's
D8,
going
the
on.
rook on E8 belongs here. Where does the knight on C6 belong, right?
Yes.
So you have to tell me what you...
Maybe I
but-
need to trade something. I don't know. Maybe what about this bishop?
Okay, knight takes E5.
What do you think about it?
Well,
yes, sir.
from my perspective, one of the things I love is this beautiful pawn structure. I know immediately my queen's coming to C4. Queen will be dominating queenside, looking kingside, dominating center. I want to go queen c4. I want to go e3.
And just block my fantastic bishop, yes?
Precisely. I want to neutralize the bishop.
Yes, and then
Put
the
my
knight
king on
will
g2.
be great.
Maybe on a good day, I will go bishop to c3. This rook will come to b1. This rook will come to b5. I start to have all of these fantasies, and the imagination soars.
Mm-hmm.
When I'm on the black side, I don't feel that I have the same rush
Yes.
of good ideas. In fact, I start to
Knight
think
b4
knight
maybe.
b4,
Mhm.
c6, a relocation of the knight, bring my rook across.
Somewhere
And I
to the
find
king.
these positions so much easier to play as white. This is what I would dream to play
Mhm.
when I was playing Englishes in my, should I say youth?
No.
Ageism. But here's the other thing. Oops, excuse me. Is it what? Is it black to move or? Yes.
Yeah,
No,
it's white to
white
move.
to move.
So
Okay, so let's make a neutral move for just a moment and see if we like it. Let's make a neutral
queen
move.
c4, yes,
Yeah.
let's say. The one
So if you
trade.
want to trade or not,
No, I think it's horrible after. You cannot move even the
one of the things that I would be
Mhm.
very, very fearful of is
Yes.
a knight on c6 is kind of a...
What about this rook? Where it goes?
Exactly. It dominates the rook on b7, but it also, it just reaches all into black's camp. And I would say that this is an ending. We talked about maybe endings that are losing. This is one of those where I would really, I would just say, okay, even I'm a pawn up as black, I really don't like it. I see there a look of concern on Anish's face.
Yes,
as
and Nepo, I think, is
rook c1.
feels good right now.
By the way, that's a nice move. Nepo is basically saying the ending that we just had
Yes.
a brief look at, knight versus bishop. Please
Take it.
Take
the
it.
bishop, and we will
I
see.
would like to encourage you to take it.
Yes,
And wow, Anish really...
should be in trouble right now.
By the way, I want to say in the first two games, Anish has played very, very well.
Mhm.
I was a little bit surprised he didn't win his
Mhm.
first match with
Gukesh, yes.
Gukesh, but it feels like he is in a good form, and he comes into this competition with this confidence of
the winner.
of
the winner. Yes.
Yes, of a winner.
Not only he came, he drove from his hometown, and I was I was happy to see
In
that
The
we have
Hague,
top
yeah.
players who are driving the cars,
Yeah.
and we discussed it with Anish in his interview, and it looks like the only two players from top 10 who drive their cars is him and Jan. So it's
Yeah.
between the drivers. Now it's a fight between two drivers.
On the Autobahn, I keep the chess players off the Autobahn.
yes. No, but he actually came here, and he is like a friendly person. He drove electric car, and he had to charge the battery. You can again see this funny video with him coming with
really?
Tesla to our garage here,
Okay.
and. So it's interesting. So
Supercharger
it's a
safe.
very, very important fight now. Who wins?
Exactly.
Yes,
Exactly.
and Jan also, I'm sure you discussed it with Elizabeth, but Jan is definitely this tournament is part of his preparation before the World
Precisely.
Championship match, and of course it's important how he'll play here for him as well. And he was complaining about his first game and that
Right.
he didn't see this queen, this move,
With
with
queen
queen
d5
d5, and
yeah.
he said that probably it shows that you really need to play, not only prepare
Right.
to the match. And when I asked him yesterday, your favorite question, how is it going, the preparation? Of course, he never answers this question, It happened the same before the previous match. But if you remember, actually, Yasser, he also played the one tournament before his match with Magnus. I think it was Norway chess and maybe something else, but
Stavanger,
Norway
yeah.
chess didn't go well for him at the time because probably he was also hiding some of his prep.
Right.
So it's always challenging, I think, for people who will play soon the World Championship match to show good result.
Yes.
I mean, their psychology is not the same as usual. What do you
No,
think?
100%. It's very, very uplifting to come in a World Championship match, having won a tournament like Vaikonse, having won a tournament like WR Chess. I mean, a top event. You feel like you're in good form, but more importantly, just that your skill. Nepo is one of those players that's very harsh on himself.
Yes,
He gives himself
right.
no credit.
Yes.
You know, he plays a game where he wins in 60 moves. But he remembers the one inaccuracy he made. And he says, like, I'm so stupid. Why did I play that move? Yeah, but you played 59 really good moves. Yeah, but this one stupid move spoiled the whole game. It spoiled my mood. I can't talk anymore.
Exactly,
like, dude,
yes.
come on, give yourself a break. You're not perfect. Nobody's perfect.
Yeah.
You can't play perfectly all the time. We just do our best. So he's the most cruel critic against himself. Yeah?
I agree with you, Yasser, and actually maybe that's why he is on, let's say, top, and actually now he's a second best player in the world right now.
Yes.
He's second in the rating list. I asked him
Right.
about it. So what did he answer? You can go to our YouTube channel and check the videos. We have interviews after each round. We have already with Nepo, with all players basically from this event. So don't be lazy. Go to YouTube channel of VR Chess and check all the videos there. He actually gave many interesting answers also about the World Championship upcoming match.
Cool.
Yes.
There was a opening press conference here with Vincent and Jan and Vadim, and I asked Jan about his preparation. But I started as follows. I said, Jan, even your critics think that you have good chances in your match.
He was lovely.
And then instantly, the first part of his answer was to say, yes, thank you for
Thank you,
mentioning that I have a chance. But he, in particular, he is one of those players that when he is in the right frame of mind, when the tournament is going in his favor, when he feels that the head is working well,
Yes. Mm-hmm.
he is unstoppable.
Exactly.
I mean, he's like, he can be crazy, crazy good. First two games, made 2 draws. I thought he defended extremely well against Duda yesterday. Today, with Anish, I really like this pawn sacrifice. I like the whole conception that he's made, and it's a real, real challenge. If Anish survives this game, you just have to tip your hat and say, that's impressive, because I think that Jan will love to play this position 9 times out of 10. He would like to get this all the time.
Exactly,
okay, shall we move on? And by the way, just as you said, this tournament is really an important tune-up for his game
and for his
match.
self-confidence, for everything. Exactly, yes.
Yeah. Again, this is the game of Wesley. So, by the way, you got one right. I'll give myself credit. I got one right. Queen d2, knight d4.
Yes.
And we're up to date with the players. Still, this knight is saying, Coach, get me to the d5 square. We'll keep an eye on that one. And then I want to go to the game of Levon, because
actually, I thought about this bishop b3 to avoid the exchange. Yes, I thought about it for a second, because let's say bishop b3, how will you exchange the bishops now? There is no way. So you keep both of them, and you still want the same to take this pawn.
I was a little bit worried that when you put the bishop on b3, you know you're encouraging a4.
Yes.
You don't know when it's going to land.
Yes,
Don't be surprised if
it
okay,
happens,
but I'm a little bit curious how it happened. So
Yes.
rook to g2,
Yes.
knight to d7.
So he
this
didn't play
stops
bishop a6.
this bishop f6, rook g, because I was thinking that was a very pleasant ending, and I think that this move was necessary to sidestep that.
Yes. Wow.
Okay, rook g1, and still I'm not saying this is a threat, but it almost feels like it could be, because
But I
the
think it is a
checkmating pattern.
threat already. Like if black plays a4, bishop h6, I think is coming, no?
It could be already.
Checkmate, yes?
Let's just double check that this is not.
King goes to h8. What can we do?
We can also include this kind of
nice. And then bishop b7.
Yeah. But okay, this is
this
getting a
I'm
little
still a bit
fanciful, but it goes to show how dangerous can be the position for black, that even tactics like that are possible. So rook g2, bishop. If you like it, oh no, now I don't have bishop g8.
Yeah,
I'm
and
sorry.
also bishop e6, knight c5, yes? Mm-hmm.
Yes, precisely. So I don't quite have the tactics working yet, but wow.
Interesting,
I
yes?
can
don't know
almost imagine bishop d2, but then you take the
And the
bishop and
bishop,
your
yes.
king has f. Yes, your king
Yes,
has
yes.
f7. Excuse me. Pardon me. I just have to
No.
double
Double check. Okay, of
Double
course, there are
check.
many variations now, and you're trying
rook
to check.
g1 and bishop b.
Mhm.
Okay. This is really, really, really dangerous. I mean, white is essentially threatening to win the game on the spot with bishop to d2, put the bishop on c3, and sacrifices will come.
Like, for example, a move like knight c5 and immediately bishop d2, right? I mean, you don't. How can you protect the pawn? Yes, there is no way.
Yes,
So
precisely.
you just move it, and you
You-
are ready for an exchange now.
And this is a terrible,
Oops.
terrible bishops of opposite color position,
So-
because it's actually
Yes.
favoring white, the fact that now he has bishops of
Mhm.
opposite colors. So that
So rook
will,
g8 only, or what? Your idea, yes, sir.
he played knight f8.
No, rook g8 is not possible because of the bishop is still here. Yes, it was
Yeah.
possible because the bishop was gone before.
Precisely.
Ah.
So now knight f8, and let me refresh, and so this is
Passive.
looking so good.
Mhm.
This is the danger of giving up a dark squared bishop when you have already played the move g6, because the dark squares around the king are going to be weak for the rest of the game.
One has made a move now.
Bishop
D2.
D2.
Yes.
What did we say about unprotected pawns?
And bishop c3 is also another nice
No,
opportunity.
no, bishop c3 is the move of an attacker. Okay.
Yes.
Bishop c3 says, I want to get your king. Bishop takes a5 is the material.
Yes, I remember.
like give
First,
me the
give
pawn,
me the pawn, and then we
and then I will
yes.
attack you
Yes.
afterwards. But this is unfortunately for the junior, who, by the way, seriously, I mean, from the Olympiad, the
Mhm.
World Rapid Championship, what he has accomplished has been fantastic.
Yes, sir. Can I tell you also one of the
Please.
impressions I had, like when he won this World Rapid Championship in Warsaw.
Beating
Yes,
Magnus
yes,
and,
yes,
you know,
everyone
yeah.
basically, and he won it. He came for the press conference
Okay.
the same moment, right? You became the world champion, you know. And I'm doing this interview with him,
Mhm.
and I'm asking him he is answering very seriously all the time. And at one point, I tell him like, "But Nojerbek, you just won the world championship. You know, you should be happy." And
What's
something
the
like
party?
that. Something like, what are your emotions? And he says, I'm already thinking about the tournament which starts tomorrow, World Blitz Championship. So I'm trying to just keep my mind towards the games, focused and everything. So he didn't express any happiness, anything. Basically, he was so focused already on the next event.
Remarkable.
And I thought that actually it's a sign of the champion, like when you
Right.
really think already about the next game.
one,
Yes.
yeah.
Wow. I was shocked. I mean, you're 17. You just won something. You achieved something which is not so.
Exactly. I don't think I ever had
Simple.
that type of maturity in my life.
I would be just celebrating.
you know, I won the U.S. championship, and probably I was going to go on to the next tournament. Let's say the interzonal, doesn't
Yes.
matter. But no, you know, I'm going to take a week off and celebrate the
Of
fact
course,
that I
I
won
mean,
the
what are you
U.S.
talking about?
championship.
Yes.
I'm not going to think about the next tournament thereafter immediately.
Yes.
Wow.
But I think maybe Magnus has
Anastasia.
similar attitude. You know, I think it's this type of attitude which comes also with hard
Necessary.
work and
Yeah.
different attitude to chess. That even, let's say, the result is important. Yes, of course, he achieved
Mhm.
something, but like games, your timetable, schedule is important. You have to be
Mhm.
focused. You know that emotions can affect your result next day, and you kind of talk to yourself, emotions will be later, I will think about it tomorrow. So it's like very, very good serious attitude towards the game, towards your work, that you really try to avoid doing anything which might affect your game, even if
Especially
it's
in a
next
negative
day,
way.
especially when it's next day. Yes.
What you just said about Noderbek as really reminds of what is a maximalist. Somebody
Yes.
who's not just content that they won a tournament, but the next day they're going to play another tournament that they also want to win. And I'm forcibly reminded of an incident, now that you mentioned this kind of maximalist approach, was I was in Prague.
Okay.
And Garry Kasparov was doing a very intriguing exhibition.
Yes.
He was playing the Czech Olympic team,
Yes, okay.
the whole Czech Olympic team, as a simultaneous. And he won the match.
Yes.
He won the match, and it was wow, because we're talking grandmasters that he's playing in a simultaneous. It was a good fight. And at the end, he's made a draw with one of the Czech players. I think it was Movisian, I'm not quite sure. And I went there to kind of grab Garry and say, Garry, you're needed in the press conference now that it's over. You come and say some words to the cameras. And as we're walking away, he's talking to me and he said, I should have played this and I would have won that game. Dude, you just won the competition, an extra half a point here.
Exactly, yes. So
But he was
perfectionist,
maximal-
and
yes.
maximalist. I think only Beth Harmon beat his result from Queen's Gambit when she won. She beat everyone, right?
Exactly.
So his dream came true in the movie.
Exactly.
Yes, he could see
We
it.
do have to move bishop c8, by the way. I mean, we're going to lose the pawn on a5. We want to hold it for as long as possible, and bishop to c8.
Look at this. All the pieces are on the 8th rank.
It doesn't make a good. We call it a Fischer random. we move the pieces Fischer random. We just put them. But you're right. I mean, enough
be
said.
good.
It cannot be good.
No.
So I wanted to say I love the move rook g5.
Me too.
Love the move rook g5, but that would allow a5, a4. So oftentimes we just say, well, we want to fix the weakness so that the pawn on a5 can't move. We stop it from moving. We play the move a2, a4 as a prelude to the move rook g5, which will provoke e5, which will provoke c5.
Yes, maybe he will
More
play now
weaknesses.
c5, and
Yes.
after rook g5, king h7. I don't know if it still works.
Yeah, this is always the problem. Exactly.
I
as
don't
you're-
like it, but you give more weaknesses. Your d5 square becomes weak. But let's say
Exactly.
we are trying to defend passively.
Yeah, this is the problem.
Oops,
The one
finished.
square where I'm going to pay a visit is the f7 square, and that means, by
That
the way,
means
when I
it's-
play rook g5,
Mm-hmm.
sorry, I'm going to just go back.
Yeah.
When I play rook g5, it comes with a threat, of course.
Wow.
Rook
h5.
takes h5.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
that was
you would
main
like
idea.
to play king h7, and then you have to also wait. I have another problem. So let's make another move. Let's just say
E6.
e6, and let's say rook g5, and let's say c5. Yeah. So we just make a few moves, and let's see how is it. It's looking ugly.
Yes. It doesn't look great. Yes.
Just looking so ugly.
I mean, your move c5 sometimes, not now, but I mean later. Yeah.
I just feel that
Can we just take the pawn? Yes.
you're a girl after my own heart. Just take the pawn.
Just
It looks so simple.
and bishop c3.
And bishop c3 check, and there's we have in English this expression: there's no joy in Mudville. It's this. I had actually been dreaming that on a good day, I would get some kind of counterplay against maybe a weakness. But it looks, and by the way, should Levon win this game,
He
it's
will
a long
have 2.5 out of 3
and
in the first place in the tournament.
first place. Prior to the event, I had mentioned to Lizzie on commentary, I said, when Levon is playing well, the chess world is happy.
Yes.
There's just this great, and for me, because he became a senior.
Yes.
How did Levon become a senior? Levon was always this great, talented
Don't even
player.
tell me.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
So now I have to root. Every time Vichy walks into the tournament, I say, Vichy, you're my guy.
So
come
now
on.
it's Levon.
Now it's Levon. Levon, you have to play well. You have to make the old guys feel proud of themselves.
Exactly.
He says, don't worry, yes, sir, I will do it. He's always been very confident. He's not been one of those players who shy about his ambitions.
Mhm.
A lot
Yes.
of players like to say, well, maybe one day I would like to play for a world championship if,
Mhm.
If God is kind.
Yes.
Levon said, no. I mean, I play chess for one reason. I want to prove that I can be the best in the world.
Yes.
Confident.
Maybe sometimes it was a problem. If you want something so much, it can backfire in a way that, like, you're over-preparing
Yes.
sometimes, and you try to do your best. And chess is such a strange game that you can give everything and still it may be not enough, for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah.
It turned out that in the candidates tournament he played, he didn't manage to get close to qualify for the World Championship match, even though in all other events I think he won almost everything,
Exactly.
including World Cups. I mean,
Right.
the only person who won it twice, I guess. And
Yes.
I mean, he showed to everyone he doesn't need to prove anything anymore, that he is a top player in the world.
Remarkable skill.
Yes. So lately he was not showing, let's say, so fantastic results. Also, he had some changes in his life, and maybe this event will be the one which will kind of change the track.
Yeah, I would say you said it in a very gentle way. You said he had some changes in his life.
Huge changes,
just
actually. Yes.
blew up. I
Yes.
mean, his country went to war. His
Yes.
wife tragically lost her life in
Oh.
an auto accident.
This
His
is what- yes.
federation collapsed. He had to move. He
Lots
had
of
some
changes,
changes.
yes. But there were good changes as well. That's why I
Yes.
kind of was a
And
little
he
bit
became a
optimistic. He became a
father.
father. I remember they were
Yes.
the last one, and for me it was a good change. Let's say,
That's the
yes.
puzzle. I
Yes.
love this move by by Norderbeck. He's
E5.
fighting back. This is really the most challenging move by far
Mhm.
in the position, because we already discussed that bishop c3, rook g5 would attack two pawns simultaneously. So e5 was necessary to cut off the power of the rook. And secondly, once
Mhm.
you played the move e5, you could play bishop e6 before the knight was tethered. Now with bishop e6 you could recapture. So this is actually absolutely a necessary move, and
Interesting. Now it's
I like it.
Yes,
I
and
like this
f3
move.
is a weakness. Even if you go to straightforward line and you play rook g5 and take on h5,
Mhm.
for example, rook g5, how you'll protect? Probably you just play bishop b6, right?
Yeah, like you said.
And yes, and then if we take,
and hope maybe for
Mhm.
some counterplay
Mhm.
against what you said. The f7, pardon me, f3 pawn is, well, a little bit weak, but how?
maybe we had a chance to take on e6 first and then to take on h5. Is it better
I'm
for
not
for our
sure.
pawn structure or not?
Yes.
Like
let's try it
e5,
again.
yes, e5, rook g5,
Rook g5,
Mhm.
bishop
e6, take,
Oh.
black, yes, first black,
First.
yes. And then with
And
rook
then-
you have to take, and then rook h5. What's happening here is rook
Exactly.
f6 and like rook h3.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, but
Mm-hmm. I agree. I'm not sure. I think that this f3 pawn has some issues, and maybe black has something.
it still is. Well, I don't know
Mhm.
how good the counterplay is. It still feels like white should be, in the driver's seat. This extra
Mhm.
pawn is meaningful. I want to stop the move knight
Mhm.
d4, so I first kind of
Mhm. Yes, I see the trick. Like now he needs to go back king g7.
Yeah,
Uh-huh.
exactly.
To protect against
And I'm a
losing a
pawn
tempo.
up, and
Mhm.
it should be comfortably large advantage. I don't
Mhm.
even know how to suggest that. but,
Okay, pawn up and
Yeah,
and
it
the
should
ending.
be something to. But after the move e5, let me just
Mhm.
refresh. whoa, he has an look at what
Rook
Levon did.
d2.
You know,
Yes, I understand.
this kind of tactical
Yes, moving from one side to another.
fashion.
Hmm.
Okay, so I liked your idea, which was, I like the pawn structure C2, B2, and so on. And he said, no, this is about tactics.
Wow.
I'm going to play rook
Nice.
takes d6, bishop takes e5.
Yes, yes, yes. Like, for example, let's show the land. Like, if bishop b3, c
Yes.
takes b3, and rook d8, for example,
Yes.
trying to protect the pawn.
Oh, be careful.
Yes,
because
the
even
pawn.
this-
And if the other rook?
Okay.
Yes, yes. Now we have this. I thought about rook d6.
I know. I
But
wanted
you
the
have
same.
even better.
No,
Yes.
no, I thought the same. But I wanted the genius. I just
Yeah.
realized at the last
Rook
second. Rook f6, and I stopped myself before I
You see,
captured the
it
pawn.
means, Yasser, that you count one move ahead than me. You
one,
know, I
yeah.
stopped somewhere here and you
But-
decided to continue.
Yes.
Great job. So, yes, rook d1
But
is better.
But this geometry
Yes.
of bishop takes e5,
Of course.
you see it in your mind's eye, and bam, let's
Yes.
go.
Yes, yes, yes.
So
So
rook
that's why
d8,
you
rook
need a bit
d1.
more time
Yeah.
to check the variations.
But
and
here,
everything.
it's clear
Yes.
the position is collapsing. Bishop takes e5 check.
Is a threat.
Rook takes d6. And if I collect these pawns, well, there's nothing to discuss. And, well, you said it very well yourself. All the black pieces are on the back rank. What do you expect? You know,
Yes.
you never brought your pieces out of the position.
Roger back took on
Ah.
b3.
Yes?
And I don't know what exactly the position is. I see that Levon took on b3 as well.
Yeah.
Mm.
By the way, I'm really not even sure of the rules these days. I'm a grandmaster.
Yes.
So one of the things about amateur players and people who are not into chess in a big way, they have it in their mind that all the rules are fixed. Like we play this game that's centuries old, nothing changes, the bishops move like this, the rooks move like that. Rules are changing all the time. Every FIDE Congress is a new rules changes.
for sure. Yes.
Nadrubek captured on b3. Levon sat down, immediately recaptured, and wrote his move
Yes.
on his score sheet.
Hmm.
I think the regulations require that you write down your opponent's move.
First, and
yeah,
then, and
like
then
he captured, you have to write it down, then you recapture. So you can't sit there and he takes and you take, and he immediately takes and you immediately take. That you have to keep the
Yes.
score sheet each move. New regulation.
Really?
Yeah,
Yes,
I
sir.
think so.
Unbelievable. I will go to our
And-
arbiter,
and-
fair play
and-
arbiter
and-
Anastasia Sorokin, and find out everything
double
soon.
check.
And double check, yes.
Another
Wow.
rule change.
Mhm.
Probably you're so young you won't even remember.
Thank
the
you,
rule
Yasser.
the rule changes as follows. You know the 50 move rule.
Yes.
Bravo,
Yes,
congratulations.
yes.
But did you know that in your lifetime it was a 75 move rule?
This I heard, yes, that it was 75. Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh. So
You had
I
to play
said,
3 days only
yeah,
the rook
exactly.
against
It's-
bishop, yes?
I said, well, why did the FIDE Rules Committee decide to move 50% more, 50 to 75?
Hmm.
And they said, well, there's a knight ending. 2 knights
And
versus
the
a pawn.
yes.
And it's a forced checkmate in 225 moves. So because of this exceptional
Yes.
case, we're going to change the rules to 75 moves. I said, dude, I've been playing chess my whole life. I never had a 2 knights
Descending.
versus pawn ending.
I've seen it one time next to me. Somebody was playing. I think, unbelievable. Yes.
So
But
rules
why do we need
changes.
to study descending? Can you tell me if it happens once in your life? But I think everybody goes through it. You know, at the very beginning.
I at one time actually tried to make some understanding.
Yes.
I think it was Paul Carez, or it may have been Yuri Averbach. They drew some kind of beautiful zone to explain if the pawn was blockaded on
Yes,
this
I
side of
remember,
the
yes.
zone.
Yes, and also depends how many moves this pawn have. I mean, whatever. I mean, yes, sir, we can speak about this forever, but it's just crazy.
At a certain moment, I was ready to kill myself.
Okay, 2 knights, it's a draw. That's it.
There you
yes.
go. There you go.
Pawn, we
Don't
don't
give me
count.
this 75 minutes. And by the way, then they changed the rules back,
Yes,
and
to
nobody
50.
complained.
Of course. Why? you know, yes, sir, once I saw the situations like 2 times people lost their games having rook and bishop against rook
Yes.
in one championship in Sevastopol a long time ago,
Yes.
Ukrainian championship. And the funny thing was that the side who had bishop and rook lost because they wanted to win so much that they lost on time 2
Right.
times, like in one event. And I mean,
Oh,
I'm not
dear.
sure what happens with this 50.
Oh dear!
moves.
Oh dear! How
Think-
sad is that?
Yes.
We do have moves in the Levon game. Rook e6, defending the pawn. Rook d1 instantly, obviously, going for it. A certain moment f4 also, if you want to put even more additional pressure. Okay, inviting Levon to be tempted.
Uh-huh.
First of all, I'm always
Actually,
tempted.
now it may no. I'm still checking, you know. I'm still
The
checking
rook
rook
takes
d6,
d6
but
and
you see,
bishop takes
it's
e5.
very funny. Once again, rook d6. If you take with e rook, maybe it works. But if it, but you can take with the other rook.
Yes,
Now it works because rook f6, rook d8.
correct.
Yes,
Rook
but
f6, rook d-
unfortunately,
yes,
my dreams,
dreams.
today they don't come true.
Not sufficiently so.
Yes.
Sorry. Let me just do a refresh. Apologies for that. I just have to do. So yes, but what you were about to say is rook takes d6. This rook recaptures
And
and suddenly
no, doesn't work.
Oh no! Oh
Take,
no!
take, and rook f6 again.
Yes, precisely.
Mhm.
Not exactly what Levon had in mind. Let me.
I would
go back.
still check if our pawn is not promoting with before at the end of this line, but okay.
Right.
But I think knight is on time. You know.
Okay, but I'm a pawn grabber.
Yes, the
May
bishop
I?
a5, and that's it. Yes.
Bishop
This
takes
is what you would do.
a5. Now,
Mm-hmm.
I'm presuming that this is the big idea, that Black will focus his attention. But for me, this is the big idea as well.
Mhm.
I want to focus my attention against this pawn, and also
Just will start running. Yes.
exactly
Mhm.
the a pawn will start running. Let's just go through the moves for just a moment. Takes, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I so much want to capture this pawn on e5. What's better than being 1 pawn ahead?
2 pawns.
Bravo.
2 pawns. Okay, yes.
Exactly. So that's exactly what I want. But in this case, what I really want is just a
To
pass
have
pawn
one
ga-
extra queen, and
Yeah,
that's some
galloping.
ideas like that
D-
can
d-
work.
Yeah. It looks like this game is really
Yeah.
all traffic. Levon. By the way, we started the tournament with wins with white. More wins with
Yes,
white.
yes, I think so. Yes.
And it's not just been a question of white winning. The white in the first round might have won 4 games. There was a possibility that a
Mhm.
niche
Yeah, yeah.
at one moment was going to be
Yes.
against good. White has been dominating. Sometimes you have those tournaments where you do see players
Mhm.
winning a lot with black and da-da-da-da.
Yes, yes.
But that hasn't been the case here.
Yes, somehow, yes, white is
Really
Enjoying.
having a good time.
yes.
So, by the
F4,
way,
yes. Mm-hmm.
again, this is one of those things that I would say it's not uniquely Levon Aronian. It's more like it's typical Levon Aronian. So Levon is sitting there saying, in the variation we just calculated, your source of counterplay was the f3 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not even going to give you that.
Yes, I just want to kill you right away. By the way, he just wants to play bishop b5. I don't know.
Right.
Even
And
this
there-
d6.
I
and
refuse
two-
to even allow you any counterplay. And I think that after this move...
It's really hard for Nordebek
Nordebek
right now.
is actually thinking
Yes.
it's a good time to resign because everything is collapsing.
Yeah.
Again, this knight on f8 never had a purpose. It was... The knight went to e8,
Mm-hmm.
and then somehow really ended up
On F8 and never.
G7,
Yes, okay. Yes.
E6, F8. Never played a good role, and
Wow.
it wasn't a good advertisement for the
Dragon
dragon.
again.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
I'm not going to talk about my chessable dragon course.
Not this moment, yes. Let's wait for the better option.
A better version.
Maybe
Oh,
then
he did make a move.
he did make a move. Maybe when we go to Nepo's game, then
Yes.
then you have your chance, saying that okay, it's reversed colors, but still,
Right.
guys, it's dragon.
Whoa.
What?
G5. Okay, that came. This is
Hmm.
either incredibly creative or just a desperate attempt to make life confusing. Do you know what? Rook takes D6 works.
Now finally, yes, because
after
now it
Rook
takes
F6, I
G5.
could take on G5.
Finally,
It's a funny thing. I mean,
Yeah, no,
taking
he
on
can-
E5 right away works.
yes.
Taking on G5 is just fine. Playing F5 is also fine. Everything is fine. But okay, he's trying to say if you do play, just for argument
Mhm.
say,
What he'll do? I think he played the 5.
yeah, if you do play F5, maybe I'm dreaming. I will make a passer.
But-
I think it's a lost cause, but
Mhm.
he did play F5 right away.
Yes.
Also, that's the other thing that I find very intriguing about Levon, is at a certain moment, he catches your mood. He understands that you want to play A5, A4.
Mm-hmm.
He's anticipating your moves, and the move G5 I didn't anticipate. But I suspect because Levon played F5 so quickly,
He kind of.
expected
Mhm.
it. You're sitting there saying to yourself, when you surprise your opponent,
Mhm.
they should be nice. They should
least-
calculate
yes.
30 minutes. they don't have any respect to answer right away.
Yes, it doesn't feel good, right?
It doesn't feel
No.
good. Exactly.
By the way, if he plays now Rook F6, then Rook
And there he
D6
goes.
comes. Yes. If Rook
it
F6,
was
Rook
enough.
D6. What he
Levon has
lev-
won the game.
Yeah, he resigns. Yes.
Beautiful.
Okay. Great game by Levon Aronian. Bravo.
Just-
2.5
yeah.
points. We have a clear leader at the moment. Of course, the other, the game between Wesley and Gukesh is not over
Also
by this
going.
time, but we have a clear leader.
One of the things that we do today, which is kind of interesting, is we go over the games with our computer, and they have this intriguing bar. It's this kind of accuracy meter.
Mhm.
How accurate did the players play? And I'm always very, very impressed by Magnus Carlsen. Like, the computer seemed to love the way he plays chess, and his accuracy is like 0.006, something unbelievable. This game that Levon just won,
Yeah, it was a good game. Yes,
like,
definitely.
excuse me, but
Yes.
like, perfect.
Yes.
Like, double guess a move. Tell me where it was great.
Yes. I
It's
mean, this
great.
is the
His
game. I'm
accuracy is
sure Levon is
incredible.
very happy now. Yes, and maybe his secret of success is that he's walking 2-3 hours here. That's what he told me.
Yeah, he's going
Yes,
every
he's
day to
enjoying
the old town of Dusseldorf. It was a beautiful walk here on the Rhine River. Very, very, very nice. And I'm impressed. By the way, we kind of lost track, but Prague.
We
Levon, I am going to let you take my place as...
That's great.
Bravo. Nice party. Thank you.
One Aronian here, the winner of today's really important game against Nodirbek Abdusattorov. Congratulations, Levon. We were talking about it with Yasser all the way now, and we thought that actually it was really the game without any mistake, like really the one which just you crushed actually your opponent. Are you happy with the result?
Of course, I'm very happy, but to say that there were not many mistakes, I mean, there were many mistakes on my opponent's part.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
yes. I mean, from your side, that's what I meant.
From my
From your side, yes.
I think it was fairly easy, so I mean, it didn't require much effort.
So what happened in the game, and where do you think things went wrong for Nodirbek?
So it was the Sicilian Dragon.
Mm-hmm. The rare guest nowadays. That's what Yasser said, even though he was happy to see it on the board.
Yes, it's an interesting opening, and generally I think it's a good idea to play some openings that people forgot.
What about you? Have you remembered anything?
Well, I've played Dragon till I turned 16, so from 9 to 16, so I knew quite a few lines, but I thought, this G4 is not very popular, but it's kind of tricky.
Yes.
Yeah. And I'm not sure that my opponent was aware of this move.
So what about H5? I mean, we were a bit surprised and thought that this move is very, very responsible in a way.
Yeah, what I was thinking that if he really wanted to play with H5, he could wait, because I'm going to play H4 anyway. And then he might get what he wants with H5 at 98. It would make more sense if he would play something like Bishop D7, I guess. But I think the main line is Bishop B6. I've played like this with black and I've lost badly, as I remember. But it's not an easy line. I think black has to be very cautious and has to play precisely to equalize.
Yeah.
And after H5, G5...
You played it actually so quickly. We were still checking other opportunities, or you knew everything at this moment?
No, I didn't know everything, but I know that there is a line where black doesn't castle early on, and he's kind of waiting. For example, here, sometimes I've played like this myself, something like this. And you're kind of waiting for G4 then to play knight H7, knight F8, knight E6. It's not a good line. I've lost that game.
Also, now I know why you gave up playing.
So, but here I thought, G5 looks natural. I'm gaining space, and Dragon is not really about mating your opponent, but more about getting the central squares. And this move, is really good, contributing to that.
Yeah.
Because if black goes knight d7, long castle, knight e5, just bishop e2, it's not clear where all this is going, because knight a5 is easily met by b3. And then f4 is coming, and it's rather unpleasant for black. He just lost too much time just to provoke b3, but b3 is not such a big deal. So he went knight e8, castle, and queen a5. Yeah, here, of course, I thought for some time. I saw that this endgame is slightly better for me. But, of course, I could play something more ambitious, something like king b1. But then I thought to myself...
But can he take on g5 now after knight d4?
Yeah, I saw that.
Estimate it.
But I thought it might be very dangerous for black because of bishop c4.
I see.
This rook g1 might come. This might be not easy for black to play.
Okay.
But I just thought, why should I avoid some endgame? It's an easy play for me.
Well, Yasser also thought that maybe you wanted to exchange this good bishop, and then he might not feel comfortable playing without it.
No, honestly, Nodirbek is such a creative player that I thought that he just wants to play queen d8. I thought that then to play with bishop e6. Bishop c3 really surprised me, because it's not in his style to play passively. And here I thought that his main point is to play knight d4, bishop g2, and b6, taking into account that knight c4 is not good at this moment because of bishop e6. I mean, black, I think, manages to create some counterplay, so therefore I have to exchange the knights, and it's tiny bit better for me, but I thought that this is what he wanted to play, just to kind of solidly shuffle the pieces, maybe put the bishop on b7, b5, a6, and then it's kind of solid, because it's not so easy for me to break through. Obviously, white is slightly better. Obviously, it's very easy for white to play, but it's not the end of the world. And f6 was, of course, a big mistake. What I think happened that Notterbeck forgot that I can play bishop h6, or he simply underestimated that he has too many weaknesses. He's not in time to bring his bishop to f7.
Yes, he was
and play for
suggesting
d5.
maybe first to take on a5 and then to play f6 or something like that.
Aha.
Let's say to keep c file for counterplay later on for the rook.
Oh, like this.
Yes, like he was not pleased with the idea to have this pawn structure. He wanted to keep the...
I am generally very skeptical about f6.
Okay, at all.
I don't know. I think it's strategically wrong, because this g6 pawn is not being compensated. I mean, I'll just play bishop e2, and this knight, in order for this knight to come into play and kind of target the f3 pawn, I mean, it's too many moves. And then I'll slowly play f4. No, I think that's a wrong idea.
Okay. Yes, so it was better just to keep
knight d4,
yes.
knight d4.
I see. And later on, it seems like...
the position is
G6
horrendously bad,
pawn was falling, and actually all his pieces were at the last rank. We noticed that everybody's came back.
Yeah, and here, I mean, I had so many nice options. I could even play if I wanted to a4, because this bishop e2 is not really a threat. I saw this. I just take, and take rook d2, and then rook g2.
And rook f2.
Yeah, but then I just thought, okay, I'll just double and just take it. There was a little trap at this moment, actually. It was kind of cute.
We were sure about it.
Yes.
That you have some tricks here.
No, because I saw that it feels like bishop h6 is mating. But it's not, actually, because there's knight f6. It's very beautiful. And e6. And
he's defending, yes?
Yeah.
Wow, so you cannot... Yes, he takes on f5.
And rook e5 is there. Yeah. Otherwise, of course, bishop h6 looks like an immediately crushing move. But
there was no other consequences. Yes, like something...
I calculated, but I didn't find it here, actually.
Like after you said bishop b6, knight e5, any checks
and
here?
Knight f6.
Knight f6, yes. There is nothing. Yes, like rook g7. No, there is nothing. We calculated also bishop g8 at certain point when the bishop was still on c8. Yes, at one point, but again, it was not so clear. Yes, we spotted the idea, but
no, I
also
kind of
didn't
thought that
find it.
maybe e5 will make a difference here, but because it might.
Yes, I understand. No rook e5 anymore. Yes,
but then king h6 or rook e6 as well. So then I thought, okay, now why Black is defending? Why do I need to do that?
Yeah.
And I think the rest of the game is fairly easy, because I play rook g5, f4, and after a4, it's just hopeless.
Yes, the position was really bad after that. Like a conclusion, what do you think happened to Notterbeck? Was it just, let's say, the opening choice, or?
I think maybe his strategical plan for the game didn't work. So I played some bad games in Dragon, but mostly in Rapid. And sometimes people, mix up the Rapid and the Classical. And those are big differences. Certain openings are very good for short time controls, but in Classical, you have to know the Dragon very, very well in order to play it. It's a difficult opening to master. Yeah,
but now actually 2.5 points out of 3. Okay, we still have some games, but at the moment you are the leader. How do you feel?
I feel great. I'm very happy here. I was really looking forward to this tournament, so far I'm enjoying myself a lot.
Yeah.
And I also have one secret, so I'm watching those extremely depressive series.
Which one?
It's German series from 79. Berlin Alexanderplatz. And they're so depressing that when I come to the game, I'm just super happy. So
That it's over, that you don't need to watch it. So you take a break from the series right now, yes?
Yeah, well, they're long. They're like 1 hour each episode, and there are 14 episodes. But so it's kind of a descent to hell in the 20s. So whenever I come to the game, everything is so wonderful, and we're not in 20s anymore.
Yes, and we are in the beautiful hotel, Hyatt, everything is perfect.
Oh, actually,
Technologies.
I made a mistake. We are in 20s, but in
Yes.
good 20s.
Exactly. Yes, so I cannot take more time from your, series. So obviously you're running now to your room. Thank you so much, Levon.
Thank you.
All the best in the next games, and enjoy the moment, and have a good games.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Vincent, angekommen im Turnier, heute unentschieden gegen den Levon Aronian. Erzähl uns ein bisschen was, wie ist die Partie gelaufen? War das alles Vorbereitung? Ab wann hast du dich gut gefühlt, nicht mehr so gut gefühlt? Erzähl uns einfach alles über die ganze Partie.
Ja, also ich habe eine relativ seltene Variante der Öffnung gewählt, die schon auch ein bisschen darauf hofft, dass der Gegner nicht alles kennt. Levon kannte das anscheinend ziemlich gut, hat dann eine der Ausgleichswege auch gespielt. Als dieser Zug B6 gespielt hat, war ich mir nicht sicher, ob das die beste Idee war. Zwischendurch dachte ich stand vielleicht ein bisschen besser, weil halt seine Struktur, also Potenzial wäre da gewesen für mich, ein bisschen besser zu stehen, aber ich denke, mit diesem Springer A5 war er sehr aktiv, dann Dame D6, Dame D4, LCD ebenfalls sehr gut und ich denke, ich hatte nie wirklich große Chancen, ich habe zumindest nichts gesehen, aber wirklich, denke, gefährdet war ich auch nicht.
Also gut, du hast versucht ein bisschen zu kitzeln, aber so richtig hat es nicht funktioniert. Aber diese Idee mit Läufer schlecht direkt in der Eröffnung, das hattest du dir schon lange überlegt als Konzept oder das hast du das erste Mal heute gespielt?
Ja, das erste Mal gespielt, das ist halt so, man muss immer irgendwas für eine Partie finden. Heutzutage ist ja mehr oder weniger alles ausgeglichen, wenn beide richtig spielen. Man probiert dann halt irgendwas zu spielen, was vielleicht interessant ist und trotzdem ein bisschen neu, damit der Gegner eventuell, wenn es nicht kennt, dann vielleicht menschliche Züge spielt, die dann nicht die besten Engine sind und man dann halt eine vielleicht zumindest angenehm oder wenigstens mal eine spielbare Stellung kriegt.
Alles klar, okay. Das bist du erstmal angekommen im Turnier. Morgen geht's weiter. Sag mir mal ganz kurz, wie fühlst du dich hier in Düsseldorf? Ist alles in Ordnung? Ist die Organisation okay oder können wir was verbessern? Du hast ja einen Mammuttag gehabt vor der Eröffnung. Hast du simultan gespielt, Pressekonferenz hast du auch gemacht und dann auch noch Hand and Brain hast du auch noch mitgemacht mit dem Oberbürgermeister. Erzähl uns ein bisschen was zu deinen Eindrücken hier von Düsseldorf.
Ja, von Düsseldorf habe ich nicht so viel gesehen, mehr vom Hotel, aber Hotel ist auf jeden Fall sehr gut. Gut, wenn man die erste Partie so lange spielt, besonders nachdem man schon sehr früh den groben Fehler gemacht hat, ist es natürlich nicht so schön, besonders die dann noch zu verlieren, aber gut, sowas kann eben auch mal passieren und ich muss jetzt weiter probieren, gut zu spielen, darf natürlich auch nicht. Immer wenn man eine Partie verliert, probiert man natürlich auch gerne, möglichst bald eine zu gewinnen. Ich denke aber, man darf besonders bei so guten Gegnern auch das nicht übertreiben, weil wenn man unlogische oder schlechte Züge macht in der Hoffnung, eventuell zu gewinnen, kann man auch sehr leicht noch weitere Partien verlieren.
Absolut, hast es angesprochen, gestern 7,5 Stunden, 101 Züge, Wahnsinn. Eigentlich in der Öffnung, da ging richtig was schief, ne? Mit Springer D5, da hast du die Züge verwechselt oder was ist da genau gelaufen? Verrat mir mal.
Ja, genau, also sozusagen die Stellung, die ich im Kopf hatte, war Springer D5, Springer E4, Dame B6 und ich habe halt mit Springer D5 gestartet statt mit Dame B6 und weil es eben eine sehr kritische Stellung ist, logischerweise, weil es zwei Bauern geopfert und ist trotzdem sehr gefährlich, muss ich halt die richtige Zugfolge wählen und wenn ich Dame B6 zuerst spiele, ist halt sehr viel Theorie, lange Opfervarianten, hingegen mit Springer D5 ist mehr oder weniger einfach verloren eigentlich.
Ja. Aber hast dich ja super zurückgekämpft und dann wirklich im VIP-Raum, wir haben immer geguckt, mein Gott, jetzt geht's wieder, jetzt ist vielleicht doch Remis. Es war halt eigentlich immer ein bisschen schlechter oder auch immer deutlich mehr schlechter, aber insgesamt hast du dich da super rausgekämpft und ganz am Ende hat's ja echt fast gereicht. Aber dann ganz am Ende fehlte einfach ein bisschen die Kraft oder es war einfach zu viele Varianten und zu schwierig mit diesem Turm und den zwei Bauern gegen den zwei Springer.
Ich denke, am Ende mit diesen Turm, zwei Bauern gegen zwei Springer ist wirklich irrsinnig schwer, das zu halten. Also ich habe gesehen, es soll angeblich zu halten sein, aber wirklich, also besonders wenn man die Zeit mit bedenkt. Ja? Also wenn man jetzt halbe Stunde pro Zug hat, geht das vielleicht, aber die habe ich logischerweise nicht. Das heißt, ich habe wirklich nur diese sehr begrenzte Zeit und dann, natürlich, vielleicht kann man es schaffen, das sollte man vielleicht auch schaffen, aber es war wirklich sehr, sehr schwer. Also ich würde sagen, im Gegensatz zu dem Öffnungsfehler sind das halt Fehler, die bei so einer Partie als Mensch passieren können, besonders unter Zeitdruck.
Alles klar, also super angefangen hier. Jetzt erstmal mit dem Simultan mit den Kindern. Du hast schon viel gemacht hier für uns. Insgesamt bin ich dir sehr, sehr dankbar. Deswegen jetzt erstmal gut ins Turnier kommen. Ich verstehe das total heute und morgen wünschen wir dir einen richtig kräftigen Sieg, ein tolles Tor und dann denke ich, läuft auch alles gut. Alles Gute dir, Vincent.
Welcome back to VR Chess Masters tournament. Welcome back to Düsseldorf. We are continuing to comment on this round 3, and we have a new leader, Levon Aronian. At the moment, he's a clear leader. We'll see what will happen after, if somebody will manage to catch him or not.
Yes, 2.5 out of 3. Levon is definitely setting the pace. The only one who can keep pace is the game of Wesley. But I don't want to pick up on that game right away. First, I want to ask you, how was the interview with Levon? It's always nice to hear him.
Yes, he was nice. He was happy, and it's great that he is in a good mood, in a good spirit, and he definitely saw that his position was absolutely great, and he pointed a few important moments, let's say, where his opponent has done some mistakes. So I think it was good, and he I think will try his best.
Very, very good.
In the next rounds.
Every one of these competitors, very, very tough grandmaster, and I'm looking at the game of Jan and Anish Giri at the moment. Now, again, Jan is coming into this tournament, prepping himself for the World Championship contest, World Championship match coming up in Astana, I believe.
Yes,
and
it's going to be in Kazakhstan.
Kind of feeling his way. When we left it, I mentioned that I really enjoy, as white, these types of positions. This exact position, in fact, is almost kind of a dream position that I would love to achieve as white. And then you start to think, okay, how to set things up. And we were looking at one position where it was a knight versus bishop. And when we left it, Jan said, please,
take it. Take the bishop, yes, my friend.
And Anish had,
different
terrific understanding, and he says, no, I don't want that position. And the players kind of quickly got to these setups where I want to say that white is like coiled. He's getting everything ready so that when he makes his advance in the center, it will be great. And Anish is doing his very, very best to try to restrain white from playing e4 and d4 and or f4 and get going. So I find this a contest of wills, I'm going to impose my will on you. And the players got to this position, and this was a very crucial move, f7, f5. It's like, again, one of those moves you don't make lightly. You expose your king. It means that for a long, long time, that the weaknesses around your king mean an attack can hurt. But he does it because he wanted to keep this pressure on the h2 pawn. He didn't want to go back.
He didn't want to move his knight, yes.
Exactly, and allow white to eventually play bishop takes c5. So white's big concern at the moment is this e2 pawn. If he can handle, he wants to play bishop takes c5. Stop. But you want to stop rook takes e2.
Exactly. Yeah.
And so Jan begins with queen a2, and now again, please take my bishop. Please take my bishop. Knight takes. You're probably going to have to sacrifice an exchange because you don't want to play this position of knight versus bishop.
I'm not sure. Can you take it? By the way, that's nice trick. Yes,
What's
you
that?
take and rook h4 check. There is queen f7 always. Yes. No, I thought about rook h4, but no. This discovered attack. I spotted, but yes, it's queen f7.
And again, it's like one of those things where you have this beautiful label, a discovered attack.
Yes.
But what is it?
You're right. Again, I thought about it. Believe
attack.
it or not, it's an attack on the king and on the queen right now,
Simple, right? But we have all of these ways of saying the same thing, double attack.
Wow. Yes,
wow.
You convinced me, 90%.
90%.
At least in these games,
okay.
for sure.
Queen went back to f7, and
yes.
I think we're up to date. Let me just refresh my board. Yes, we are. We're up to date. And again, I have a very one-track mind. I want to play bishop takes c5, but in the moment I'm in a pin. Therefore, let me get out of the pin with a move like queen a2. Now, again, I put the onus on Anish. Anish, do you want to take my bishop?
Actually,
you're welcome.
Yes.
If you make any kind of a pass, I don't advise it. If you make any kind of a pass, this is what I hoped for. I didn't lose anything, then I can quickly play d4, e3, and it's over. Yeah.
Yeah.
We-
The position
so-
will be really bad.
After queen a2, Anish might be forced to play a move, kind of like a4. What's the idea behind a4? Well, it may not look that. Gosh, I'm not believing it. I'm not necessarily because of bishop takes, but maybe just bishop b4.
Before, yes. And then it's the
I'm
same.
afraid that if I don't get really, really good counterplay, it's too late. So, did he play queen c2 yet here, or did he play another move? I'm
Yes,
looking
he
at the
played
monitor.
something for sure, but
Yeah, I see the queen is on f7.
queen is on f7. Yes.
He played rook a4.
Rook a4. Proposing this queen straight. I think Anish is
Whoa.
considering it.
Whoa, I'm thinking this gives black an opportunity to play c4.
No, he takes. He
takes
exchanged
first?
the queens.
Okay.
Yes. And then maybe maybe the result was knight e3, rook
he's
e3, and
playing
c4. Yes. Immediately?
Yeah, I think he
I
gave
think he
him an
missed.
opportunity to play c4.
Wow. Yes,
Yeah.
he played c4 right away.
Wow.
So what
I-
just happened?
Yeah, I
Yes.
think Anish is really, really, really happy. First of all, after this move c4, he's returning the pawn, but he's returning the pawn in absolutely the most favorable way.
Yes. Wow.
He wants to take everything on e3, which means I'm provoked to play
Yes.
bishop takes b6. But now the pawns are undoubled. I'm threatening to win the pawn, so you have to take. And now I have everything I want. I can just
Now actually black is doing fine.
just absolutely fine.
Yes.
I can move my rooks and
Attack.
start to put pressure on this pawn on c4.
Could we play knight e5 right away, threatening knight f3 and knight c4?
It was the double attack
Remember,
was the
yes.
first thing that
Of
came to my mind
course.
as well.
But again, I'm missing something.
Precisely. I saw it
Yes.
only just
Yes.
oops, where
Let's find
just
it.
before I wanted to suggest the move.
Yes.
It was here's the problem. The knight on f1 is doing nothing.
I
Nada.
got it.
Nada.
Yes.
In the
I forgot
and
about this
I
knight
know.
actually.
Me too. Of course, you want to play knight e5 and take the pawn,
But
and it just
finally the knight goes out. Wow.
it
And now he wants to take on f5, knight d5.
Victor Korchnoi would have such a statement. Very dry, very dry.
Maybe.
Bad luck.
But
I mean, a knight e5 with a double threat. Knight takes c4, knight f3, knight e3 defends both threats. Bad luck.
yes.
Sometimes you're just not
Yes.
lucky.
So let's keep this knight on g4. Yes,
For
you
a
are right.
moment. Yes.
Yasser, as usually, we have to move the rook.
Oh,
What?
he took on c4 with a pawn. Then I'm afraid that the position is just going to be,
Draw.
as Lizzie would say, vacuumed.
Vacuumed.
All
Everything will be
clean
cleaned,
defense.
yes.
Everything is going to be cleaned off the board now.
Yes, they agreed. The score sheets will be signed soon.
Yeah.
It's a draw.
Yes.
Wow.
I'm a little surprised by
Yes.
the decision to play rook a4, queen a2. This exact moment,
Yes,
I
you can
thought
see that Jan is
Jan
not
is
really
not
happy.
not thrilled by this decision to play after queen f7, rook a4. Wow, I'm very, very curious why he rejected queen c2. We'll certainly do our best to ask him. Jan, when he's disappointed, he kind of tends to run to his room and castigate himself for,
And
how
kill
could I be
himself.
so stupid and things like
Yes.
that. But okay, this was a kind of a desperado defense by Anish that worked well. I mean,
He tried his best. He tried to defend actively, I guess, right? I mean,
he did.
He
with
found
this
the best
f5 moves.
moves for his squares for his pieces in this situation. He place his both pawns on c5 and f5, trying to, maybe take some squares at the center.
Now we mentioned that Wesley has the sole possibility of catching Levon Aronian. Wesley comes into today's round with a +1 score. With a victory against Gukesh, he could go to +2. Is he in good shape to do that or not? That is my question to you.
Yes.
I asked you first. Gotcha.
Gukesh
there.
has the same idea,
Right.
in his mind.
Gotcha there. So let's see what has happened. Okay, we're up to date with the move Queen d4. Okay, by the way, this was I have a majority on the king side, and in the center you have the majority on the queen side. Only time your majority on the queen side will be useful is in the endgame. Guess what? We're pretty close.
Yes.
But at the moment, a very serious threat has appeared. Queen d4 threatens knight takes e6, followed by queen takes d7.
So black has to do something. And actually, if you play just knight f6, for example, what happens?
Right. Let's take a look. So the first thing I want to do is, are these bishops of opposite color positions favorable? Always in these bishops of opposite color positions, it comes down to the question of whose king is more vulnerable.
Exactly, yes.
At the moment, black's king looks kind of safe, but I don't know. Is it? What do you think?
Bishop is 3. No, I like actually those types of positions. Like you play with extra piece
Attacker.
at the end of the day. If you really try to attack, if you manage to create an attack, it's like you play with an extra piece.
Precisely so. And by the way, I got that very, very helpful piece of information from Michael Bodvinik from his books.
Okay.
This idea that when you have a bishops of opposite color and you're attacking with an extra piece. The defending bishop
is not really doing anything. Yes, he's
spectating. Yeah.
He cannot cover the squares of the opposite color bishop.
Precisely. So here, maybe the move knight f6, e5, knight has to go, maybe, but I feel like I'm going on the back foot. No, I'm worried that something nasty might happen.
I just wonder, just to understand, let's say, do we want to exchange this knight for the bishop on our terms, maybe by playing knight d5, not taking on e6? But let's say, what will happen? Because now I don't see the good square for this knight.
Exactly.
Or maybe it's a good square on e6, but he needs some time to get there.
So one of the really charming ideas, when I became a chess master, I didn't understand lots of things about chess. I've become a class player, an expert. And there was this marvelous word, and the word was weakness.
Weakness, of course.
There's a weakness. And I didn't understand what that term meant. So I saw a pawn like this, and they would say, oh, this pawn is a weakness. And I go, well, why is that pawn a weakness? It looks okay to me. And then they would make a move like g7, g6, and they'd say, oh, that's a bad move. There's a weakness on the f6 square.
Yes.
Yeah? So later, finally, it was like something in my mind said, brilliant. Weakness, a weak square. What you have to do is you have to provoke your opponent to advance their pawns, and then the squares behind them are weak.
Like pawn cannot move backwards.
So in this exact moment, we give a check, and the idea is we want to provoke you to make the move g6, so that
again we go to the ending we want.
we create a weakness.
Yes.
The pawn is no longer on g7, and we have ideas of bishop f6 and rook d8. So these moments, when you make the trade of the knight for the bishop or the knight for the knight, do it on our terms. Let's create a weakness. So I kind of think of the move queen e4 check.
Yes.
It's a kind of important position, Zug. Maybe allowing e5, maybe Gukesh should just say, get this knight. Run away with the knight so that it's not being harassed by e5 and things like that.
Yes, even though position looks like kind of simple, not so much material left on the board.
That's right.
Still, like everyone can. Some
pressures.
pressure from white. You can feel it, right?
Yes,
I mean, so Gukesh has to be very careful and make
How-
right choices.
How is the time situation? 25 to 19. By the way, we talk. I mean, I have so many accolades for Wesley. I really like the way he plays chess. One of the other things about Wesley is he's very good at staying ahead on the clock. I noticed in this moment, this is actually rare for him, that he has 19 minutes less time than his opponent with 25, because I've seen him very often an extra 10, extra 20 minutes, and somehow this is always irritating. He's always the one ahead on the clock. He's very aware of his clock situation. A lot of players don't put a lot of emphasis. He does.
Yeah, yes, sir. You were also like this. You were ahead normally or behind.
Let us say I liked it when I was ahead. Not always. I could keep it, but in principle, yes. Oftentimes when I was behind on the clock, it was because I fell into some opening troubles, and I was really working hard to fight my way out of these opening difficulties. But if I ever won a game where I was considerably ahead on the clock, it was because everything went my way. I mean, I was a quick player when I got a position I liked and I knew what I was doing. No chance.
No chance.
It's gone. And that's why today the openings are so important, why they put so much emphasis on their preparation.
Also because of time, right? That you don't spend so much time and energy in the opening, and you leave it for the next stages.
And if you can get your preparation on the board quickly, I remember watching World Championship match between Vladimir Kramnik and Viswanathan here in Germany in Bonn. They play 20 moves in a mainline Slav, bang, 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 bang. And they started with, 90 minutes, and it would be like they had an
more
extra 10
time,
minutes.
Yes. They had more time at the end.
like they wanted to get to, they were off to the race.
Yes.
This kind of thing.
Here we start.
I'm thinking that the position is kind of close to balance. I think with good technical play by Gukesh, I think he should keep it. But that's not to say that I prefer his position. It's only to say that I actually prefer Wesley's position. I just don't think it's enough to win at the moment. We'll see.
Yeah, but Wesley is this type of player who tries when he sees still minimum chances even to get some even small advantage. He will try to,
And Gukesh felt the pressure.
Yes,
he felt the pressure. He played this move, knight f8, because he understood these bishops of opposite color positions was something he needed to avoid. To my way of thinking, that shows great understanding. That makes it, sometimes when you play a player like these players are, you think to yourself, I'll never win a game. They understand everything. They anticipate where the danger is. It's crazy, right? I mean, and then you do see, somebody like Levon winning 2 out of 3, and you think to yourself, this guy's abnormal.
Showed really great defensive skills already against Anish, right?
Yeah.
And so, I mean, that position was probably even worse than the one we can see now.
I think Anish actually was in a shock that he didn't win it. A game that kind of got away from us. We haven't paid too much attention to it. Is the game between
Praggnanandhaa and
Vincent and
Keymer.
This was a very fun Rui Lopez, and I wanted to say that we were talking about dreams, and both players achieved their dreams.
Yes.
So in this particular case, the bishop on d2 is dreaming to capture the pawn on h6. The rook on b8 is dreaming that it would like to capture the pawn on b2. Yeah? And both players achieved their dreams. Check it out.
whose dream was better? Let's try to find out now.
We're here.
Mhm. So
Go
the bishop
away.
goes back. Yes.
We're back.
And again, bishop g5. Okay.
Queen c6. And it seems like Vincent is a little bit on the back foot after this move c3, rook b3. He put a lot of hope
Mhm.
behind this move, knight d4. So knight d4 is one of these ways of defending yourself tactically in a position where, you know, you start to
A little bit
fear
worry, yes, that something might happen. Too many
And
pieces are
an
near to my
accident-
king, yes.
An accident on the king side is
Mhm.
about to happen. I'm going to play, and you're hoping that this move knight d4 is going to be rescue you.
Mhm. So
Bishop
bishop
f6,
f6.
Knight e6, and here we are. The times are 20
Mhm.
minutes.
Against
to
24.
Oh, which 24? Yeah.
Yes, sir. Could he take on f5, let's say, after bishop f6? I wonder.
I think
Just
he was
one move.
afraid of
Mm.
introducing the
Mhm.
pawn
On f5, yes.
on f5. Yes,
Mhm.
exactly. So knight to d4, bishop to f6.
Yes.
So I think, let's just say, a
Yes.
desirable line. Now this is a blunder. and
Yeah,
I
I
don't-
understand.
but this
let's
is
see.
I
Mhm.
think what Vincent
Mhm.
didn't want to see was that this pawn on f5 became
A pawn on f6.
well put. That's exactly what happened.
Yes.
Ooh.
Rook d6.
Oh.
I'm telling you, it's getting a little bit complicated, this position.
It's
Too many
it may-
pieces are
It
near.
may be beyond that. It may just be that that's a
Wow.
splat.
So, look, I mean, first of all, if we take the rook,
Yes.
just to make sure that this is the line which is not... Mhm.
Okay.
So now we're
I
trying
would
to
like to take
yes,
your rook.
knight as well. So I cannot take the knight, definitely. And if I move my king anywhere, it will take the rook and... Oh,
Let's
yes,
take a
take
look.
everything, actually, yes. It looks like...
I take everything, do we?
Queen G... Ah, okay, knight will go, yes.
Are we sure that I take
Not
everything?
sure
Because
now.
you can
Mhm.
blockade.
I can blockade, yes. So what's happening here?
Just a second. Rook takes.
Mhm.
Ah.
What about bishop g7?
I
yes.
don't want
Mhm.
your king to move anywhere.
Ah,
I want to
nice.
take, and I just set up a
Mhm.
discover check.
Yes.
It was very funny in the game between Nodeberg and Andre, where the king, black king, was on h7. Elizabeth, throughout the entire broadcast, was trying to play king h7 to h6 in front of her king of the board.
Yes.
Here I would
there is
say,
no way.
Lizzie,
Queen h4. Yes.
your
and
king is not going anywhere.
No.
Don't.
Yes, here you don't move it. And yes, after bishop g7, there is not really defense, right?
Right.
Yes. So rook is untouchable. We
It-
just
it
clarified.
feels-
Yes.
So,
Rook is untouchable.
by the way,
What is
very
the threat?
quickly, rook takes c3.
Yes, I thought about this also.
Rook takes c3, returning
Mm-hmm.
the rook. Now, just pause, because it just feels
Mhm.
like there are these checks, knight h6 checks, queen g4 ideas.
Can we take rook e6? Rook g3, rook takes, I mean, just for fun.
You are a dangerous woman. You want to give up your queen.
Yes, no, I'm just like,
No, let's
no,
see.
it's too much, yes. It
Let's
looks,
see
yes.
about the... I think I can just take the... What should I do?
Yes, that's the point. If you take the bishop but take the rook, I have like two rooks for queen at least, I mean, but c3, the next queen is coming. I think maybe we
Okay.
went too far away. And if the rook
No.
moves...
Yeah, let's see. Let's say
I
the
have
rook
a
moves.
threat. I have a 97 threat. That's the only thing I have probably.
Well...
Or bishop e7.
Seriously, you could just play bishop e7, right?
Positional, sacrifice.
I see you're a fair play arbiter,
Yes.
fair commentary. I want to check to make sure she's not wearing a chip or
Yes, even I want to make sure.
rook takes e6.
I mean, okay, just as...
No.
Is
It's
it
a
funny?
good question. Okay, I can take the rook.
You can still take my rook as well.
Yeah, and
and-
that's disappointing. That I could.
Yes, I think like now everything is falling
I
apart.
think the
yes.
queen sacrifice would be really good for
Yeah,
white.
but there is a better option. Yes, like
He
rook
doesn't
e6.
allow. Oh
Mhm.
man!
Yes,
But
it looked
inspired.
nice, but what to do?
Inspired.
So
Inspired.
now you can see I don't have anything. Yes, so now we know.
You're good. You're
I'm good today.
You're good.
This was a checkup.
Yes.
You just found out everything.
Right.
So yeah, what to do actually? Because if
Okay.
queen c3, then he takes the rook
No, I don't like to. In
Wow.
the spirit in
of the
spirit
position.
of the
Yes, queen
position,
g4.
you took a pawn. I take a pawn.
Nice. Once again, bishop d6, bishop g7.
Correct. Once again, bishop takes d6, bishop takes g7. Nothing really changed. And
No.
this.
What a game!
Wow! How come it's
That's-
not allowing me to do something?
Mhm.
Oops! I think I may have to just do a Control R.
Mhm. Okay.
Oh, he just did. He took it.
He took on c3,
Yes,
right?
he
And
took-
came back on g3. Maybe it's also possible.
Just asking.
But
the
not
same,
queen g4, yes?
Not queen
Mhm.
g4. Just asking the same question. What are you going to? How are you going to? If you drop back,
Mhm.
which is very
Yes.
suggestive, of course. What did I tell you about grabbing pawns?
Mhm.
And the good news from Prague's point of view is not only did he grab pawn, he neutralized the power of the passer.
Exactly, yes.
Is
c3 is controlled.
Wow.
And it looks really good for white.
Yes,
This
and we do
position.
have bishop f8 on the board.
But still,
Just
queen
played.
g4, maybe it was better, no?
Yes, and he's just captured.
Mhm.
We didn't really get a chance to analyze it
Yeah,
that
that much.
deeply, but let's just see what.
It's just hard to understand what is the threat here. Like, do you really want to take on e6? Then you have f takes e6, right?
Yeah.
So
but
what is
if-
the threat?
But if you think about the position now in the game,
For example, yes.
and you've got your bishop on f8, you've got your knight on e6, everything is defended in g7, and if you try to take, once again, I do have the pawn defended. So it does feel like the capturing on c3 makes a sense, yeah?
Yeah.
Because you get this position by force, you're a pawn up, and there's really not that much to calculate. Black is stuck.
What a nice move, rook g6, really.
Yeah.
Yes, it was really beautifully played.
Yeah, the knight on e6 is not moving. The bishop on f8 is just landed on f8 to defend. You're not going to play g6. You can't play f6. So it just feels like Prague has just wrestled a really huge advantage, more or less out of the clear blue sky. I didn't see this coming, and it looks unstoppable. Yeah.
Also. Yeah.
You just the pieces are frozen. Black's pieces are frozen. The pawn on c4 is not going to
it's
c3.
not moving, yes.
And once you introduce one more attacker,
The position may collapse.
This is tough for Vincent, but I can tell you that for Prague, this win is absolutely
important.
necessary.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, you start with 2 losses and you snap back with a win. You just it's a world of difference. It's like, the 2 losses still sting,
but if it's
you
the
start to
third
feel
one.
like you can play. You're not just you're not the beating.
The boy for beating.
Yes, exactly.
Yes,
I mean, oh my, queen d7.
Queen
Okay.
d7, yes. Like maybe he wants to play queen d3 to exchange the queens. Because I thought about queen c3 move, but then I thought maybe black wants to exchange the queens. But actually...
We just got a favorable word that Wesley game is
Over?
completed. And Gukesh kept his composure.
So yes,
I can
both
tell
of
you
them...
many players have lost to Wesley in drier
Yes.
positions than this.
Yeah, he couldn't take with the pawn. Queen e2 was, I think, coming. So...
And this is how the players achieved 3 versus 3.
Yes.
And Wesley is now in clear second.
place. Same with Gukesh, because Gukesh had 1.5, I think, points. He won yesterday against Prague. So he had 1.5 points, same as Wesley. So both of them now share the second position.
And of course, let me
and
apologize
Levon
and
is...
correct myself.
Oh, yeah.
It was Gukesh could also have caught Levon. I was
actually,
saying
by
Wesley,
the way, yes, Gukesh, but okay, his position was never, let's say, so good to have such
to
dreams.
mention,
Let's say he was the one who was, let's say, the side who was defending, right, in this game. That's why you could only think about Wesley at this moment.
Exactly.
But now,
and Jan Timman had a great way of expressing that. And he would say that Wesley had the sunny side of the torture. The sunny side.
Yes.
And I go, yeah, that's exactly right.
Just
the sunny
torturing,
side.
it's like a topic.
Yeah, that's a part of, one of the knocks against Viswanathan, the people said openly, Vishy will never be world champion. He's too nice a guy. You need this kind of killer instinct at times. You need to be killer. And you could see that Gary, my God, wow. So Vishy was a nice guy. Nice guys finished last and blah, 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 blah. Okay, he only became world champion 5 times in classical chess and like 4 times in rapids and blitz.
He gave
9 times.
He gave hope to all nice guys,
exactly.
actually. Yes.
Exactly. But there is some truth into this idea that you need to have this really aggressive, firm belief in yourself that you can one day be world champion, and you have to believe in yourself.
Who has it? Yes, sir. Now from those
of
on
course,
top, let's
of course,
say.
Magnus is
for sure. Yes,
absolutely. I mean,
and
he's always playing for a win.
It's over with him. He's a world champion. He was
clear.
He's absolutely clear. What about the rest from, let's say, top 10, top 20?
Wesley is one of those victims. You might say will be victimized as one of the nice guys.
Yes.
And, who was it? Somebody had very unfairly said Wesley will never be world champion, and 3 months later he was. He beat Magnus Carlsen in the Fischer Random. He became world Fischer Random champion.
Yes.
So it was like it hurts when somebody says, "Yeah, you're not good enough." But let's see who today would say
you feel that this kind of kind of what you said, normal sportsmanship. Killer instinct.
Veselin Topalov had this very hawk-like, raptor-like presence at the board. Anisha, again, another nice guy, right?
Yes.
Hold on.
I don't know. Somehow I feel that I think Jan has it.
Yes.
A little bit.
A little bit.
He has, for sure.
Bit, yeah.
Yes,
it doesn't.
He can be, let's say, like very nervous. He can be like this type of person, let's say. In a good sense, right? I mean, again, we're speaking about this quality which helps you to drive yourself forward. Yes, to be the one who wants to win, who wants to be a champion. This kind of champion's instinct, I also call it. Yes. So I think so. Yes, maybe. Jan still has. I mean, Dink, for example. I don't know how he keeps beating
so
everyone.
Sweet.
He's so nice, such a nice person.
And at the board, I mean, it's almost like it's indelicate of him to move the piece with anything except the softness, right?
Exactly.
Gary
he
would
just
pound
kills you. Yes, he just kills you, but very softly. Yes.
Yeah, Gary would pound a piece down. Like, your turn. So yeah, this aggression, this naked aggression, you don't see it as openly and as vividly as maybe players in the past. Victor Korchnoi was a beast at the board as well.
Fabiano, I mean, again, yes, if we speak
again,
about
very
Fabiano.
Soft, very nice, easygoing.
Let's
get along. Can't we all be friends? Kind of thing. I'm
Hikaru has it, I think.
Hikaru is a beast.
He's a beast,
Yes. And at the board, he's making every kind of expression.
He can really move pieces.
Yeah, and bash
with
them
energy,
and so on. Yes, Hikaru, of course.
But we don't see him that often in playing classical events.
He's become very, very successful streamer. Power to him. He's always been the greatest American blitz player since Bobby Fischer. Like no question about it, and a great rapid specialist. And for him, I think his problem was he was so successful in those two disciplines, and he likes winning, who doesn't, that he became less of a classical player, and he pursued his, natural strength in blitz and rapid. So he's constantly working on his blitz and rapid to the detriment of his classical. And sadly, he declined to play in the Sinquefield Cup, for example, which was the most beautiful classical tournament you could play in America.
Maybe the history of chess would be different if he would accept it.
For example, right? But okay, so for him, his focus today is in this world of quick chess, and he's, I think, fantastic. Seriously, I mean, it's unbelievable how good Magnus is. That Magnus could actually win the classical world champion and be a blitz player as well. It's like, wow.
Yes.
Because to beat Nakamura, and by the way, Magnus beat him in the back-to-back finals in a double elimination, right? And Hikaru got back into the finals, and Magnus won both, and it's just so hard. It's astonishing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm personally very happy to live during this period of times that we have so great players. Of course, we had also every decade had its own players, but literally to witness Magnus playing so well and getting all the titles.
For me, it's a golden age as well. And yeah, absolutely. And you know, I've witnessed and gotten to watch some of the greatest chess geniuses over the decades. And I have to say that this is a golden period where the quality of the players at the top 10, top 20, top 50 are untouchable. I mean, yes, we had great players in the past, but nothing of the overall quality that we have today. So what I mean to say, yeah, Bobby Fischer was great, but by the time you get to number 50 in 1972 versus who's number 50 today in 2023, no comparison. And these world champions today, I mean, you know, you sit down and you just watch, you know, Vladimir Kramniks and Vishwanathan Anands and, you know, Boris Galfeds of the world. You go, okay, these guys are just great. These guys are really, really great. And when you see Magnus crossing swords with them too, it almost looks like it's a generational divide. It's amazing. It's amazing.
So actually now we checked the game of Duda, yes? Yeah,
and unfortunately, you know, from all of the perspectives, you kind of go down your checklist. You're white. You go, isn't it wonderful? I have a space advantage. Isn't it wonderful? I have the two bishops.
Yes.
Isn't it wonderful? I must be better. Except for one small problem. The small problem is the bishop and knight combination. If the knight has an anchored square in the middle of the board, you are not better. You are not better. I mean, this knight is a real beast.
Yes,
it patrols
doing well.
many squares. And literally, you know, you play a move like g6 at some moment, and it's like a fortress. Bishop takes d5 is an instant draw. We agree, no question about it. But there could come a time when this knight moves, and if there was a trade of light-squared bishops, black could start to say, hey, I would like to play. For example, let's make a bad move.
Yeah, for example.
Bad move, a3. Okay. Let me just clear the board for a second, and let me make another very bad move. And now I think you're lost as white. Just not worse, but really just simply close to loss, because this king, will come to this square, and then onwards. This knight will return to d5, and the bishop will watch
this happy journey.
These heavy pieces come onto the light squares.
Yes.
So you have to be very watchful that you don't yourself fall into a position after the move king d7. Again, a bad
like
move.
Okay, S3.
the last thing you would ever want to do is allow the trade of the light square bishops, because your light square bishop will actually help you stop the king
from moving, yes.
coming to d5, to c4, to b3. So,
so you think it's gonna be
cardinal rule there.
So it's going to be like a draw, most probably, right? In this game, the position is
most likely
looks balanced.
Oh, by the way,
moment.
King d7.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go back just a second. King d7.
Mm-hmm. Okay, what did you spot?
I like what Andrei did. Don't even think that I'm going to allow you to trade light square
Bishop
bishops.
f1, yes.
Before you even dream that,
Yes.
that you will ever have the possibility. And
No
Duda
way.
says, no. I want to keep the dream alive. I'm still dreaming.
By the way, maybe if he wanted to make a draw, he could just trade the bishop for the knight,
Yes,
right? So
of course.
it seems that he still would like to. It shows that he still
Yes.
kind of says, "Let's play it a little bit. Let's see what happens." What about Prague? I worry
When
about
we
that
left
interesting
we really
position.
thought that
Yes.
Prague was in deep. Well, pardon me, that Vincent
was in.
a pawn down was in
Mhm.
deep trouble, because after all, White's pieces are just gorgeous.
Mhm.
Bishop,
Yes.
knight,
Happy pieces.
queen. I mean, even, Jennifer Shahadi would say, what about a rover? Rook e3, queen g4, rook g3. Let's get that rook into the game. And
So we have 2 games left, right, at the
Yes.
moment. Yes. So
a victory for Levon.
we had a draw between Wesley and Gukesh.
Yep.
And
This.
this game, yes.
And
Nepo made a draw with Anish Giri, yes, exactly.
Right.
So
It does
good
feel
chances.
like it does. By the way, have they made the time control? Not yet.
Not yet, and how many moves? 35s, we're on 36 right now. Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Yes.
King h2.
King
pardon
h2,
me.
yes. Okay, 4 moves. Not that much for 11 minutes, it's a lot.
By the way, we spoke for a moment there about this golden age period for these great chess geniuses, world
Mhm.
championships. But in truth, I think the same for the ladies.
Mhm.
When I was growing up, we had Kaprantashvili,
Yes,
and then
of
Maya
course.
Chidbernidze became a legend. And then really the world was electrified by the Polgars.
Absolutely, yes.
That was just fantastic moment. But in truth, the women's chess did not have the great events, even with the Polgars, because Judith was
Mhm.
playing in the
In
Opens.
Yeah, but
So
at the
the FIDE
same
was
time,
not organizing the nice world championships and Grand Prix that they do today.
Yeah, oh yeah, this
You
is for
thought
sure.
about that?
I thought about that, and I believe that even though Judith Polgar was not playing in women events, she
Mhm.
was still such an inspiration for all girls all around the
True.
world. I mean, and for me, including me at that times, like all of us, we were like so impressed by
And
her
happy.
pass. Yes, I mean that she is like in the in top 10 players, fighting with
Candidates.
everybody in
Yeah.
candidates, and she's
Playing
in the
with
cycle
Kasparov,
of World
yeah.
Championship cycle. I mean, it was really amazing, and also Georgian school was always impressive. And I mean, it keeps
Today,
yes, they have very, very strong players, and I can tell you that I was also very, very happy to be to work during the times when Hu Yifan was on her prime.
Precisely.
She was such a dominant player, such a great personality for chess as well, and for, let's say, for chess PR as well.
Inspiring for women.
Again, and it's such a pity for me still that she is not that active as she
Everybody.
was before. Yes.
For
So
everybody.
I
It's
think
a-
this period when she was playing these World Championship matches, and yeah, it was nice.
Yeah.
Like we need someone. I mean, of course, Jun is a very good personality, but somehow also now with this Corona, and after what happened,
It impacted
she's somehow too
everybody.
far away. She's
Right.
not in Europe that often as before. And
Mhm.
actually, I think women chess, they also need this leader who is playing all the time, who appears, who gives interviews.
Great ambassador
So
for the game.
I really
and
would
so on.
like her to be more active, let's say, these days.
Well, again, you just mentioned it yourself. The COVID in China really just shut down.
Yes.
So,
So it's
they
just-
were trapped. They
There are
couldn't-
objective reasons for that
yes,
as well.
exactly,
Mhm.
exactly. But yeah, I just also have this feeling that women's chess today is on a higher level, on a greater level than I've ever seen it. Again, the Polgars were this outstanding exception, and I just, I just thinking we're going to see more and more women breaking through. By the way, I have a great story about Judith Polgar. My goodness. Another story, but I'll leave that alone. I was the captain of the rest of the world team.
Okay.
Rest of the world, all the top players from the rest of the world were invited to go to Moscow and play the Russia. It was literally Russia versus the world, and I was the captain of the rest of the world team, and Judith Polgar was one of the rest of the world's players. Yay.
Which year? Do you remember?
Oh boy, now you got me there. I'm going to say 2002, but I probably got it wrong.
Yeah. Okay. Never
Maybe
mind.
it was earlier than that.
Yes. Okay.
Even.
So
Okay.
sorry, Jansen, for interrupting.
No worries,
Let's come
no
back
worries,
to the
no
story.
worries.
We will check
And
it later.
the idea was there were 4 rounds of play a day, and they were rapid. Yep. And Gary was a beast. Gary's a beast. Russia had played against Asia, and Gary had scored something ridiculous, like 11.5 out of 12. No. We have to stop Gary.
Yes.
So I came to Judith. Judith would play Gary on the 4th round of that day. I said, Judith, you're out. What do you mean? The first 3 games you don't play. What? You stay here in the hotel with Victor Korchnoi.
Mm-hmm.
Victor's going to prepare you and bring all your energy for Gary. You put everything you have against Gary. No, I want to play. She was so angry I took her out of the lineup. Oh boy, she wanted to beat me.
Good. So she was like in this.
I said, no, you do it this way. So Gary's playing tough games. 4th game, Judith comes in and destroys Gary. Beat him badly. And I'm standing behind her. So Gary resigns. She gets out of her chair. She turns around. She comes to me, and she jumps into my arms. So I'm holding her in the air, and she's looking at me, and she goes, I'm back in business, right? I'm back in business.
Yes, finally. now you can play. Yes,
now
it's
you
fine.
can play.
You're back to the team.
This is the maximalist. This is the attitude of the maximalist. I want to play. I want to beat these guys. How dare you take me out of the lineup? And
Yes, actually, by the way, Judith had this
yes,
something with, at the same time, she was she is absolutely great person.
enthusiastic.
But she had this
at the board.
really
She was
interesting.
real killer. By
Exactly.
the way, we do have Queen G4 in the game between Prague and Vincent, and I think Queen G4 was the precursor to the rook up and over business.
So yes,
And-
we can send regards to Jennifer. Yes,
Exactly. And rook d8, I think, was aimed to prevent the rover by, in case you do want to play rook e3, Vincent's intention, I believe, is to match it with the move rook d3. The problem that I'm seeing for Vincent is that as long as white doesn't make an inroad on the king side, he has a fortress. The problem is, the moment I introduce a new attacker into the position, I get to put the pawn on h5. I will threaten to capture and put the pawn on h6. There's a missing h-pawn. So this is the problem that I...
Where is the pawn?
Right.
It was gone long time ago.
And in the meanwhile, the bishop is doing a great job at patrolling the situation. And rook c1.
Rook c1 first.
Let's
take care of...
If I can get you to play rook c8, then rook c3 to 8. That's a great move.
By the way,
What?
yes. So he's avoiding rook d3. Yes.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a crafty move, isn't it? If you
Yes,
play
it is.
rook to c8, then rook to c3, and there's no rook to d3, and Prague will get to rook to g3. On the other hand, if you try to defend the pawn with the queen, I think the queen needs to defend f7. For example, queen b3, there's a knight h6 check. It doesn't matter where the king goes, but suddenly
You
with
take
the
f7.
pawn on f7, the queen has to protect. So the move rook c1 by Prague really is tightening the screws. That's a very powerful move.
I also like this king h2 because it also protects against all these possible checks, on the first
Exactly.
rank. So just, you
Well,
move the king and...
I had endless discussions about these moves of king h2, and we called them Karpovian, because Anatoly Karpov was this absolutely unbelievable genius at making it impossible for you to tickle him. Like, he put his pieces in a way that you can't disturb them. And you're right, the king on h2 is perfectly undisturbed, and Karpov, all of these world champions have styles, yeah?
Of course.
All the world champions, but Karpov's style, very much like Petrosian, was a trademark. I mean, you could say, aha.
Karpov style.
Karpov style,
Yeah.
Karpov way of playing. Quietly increasing the possibilities and decreasing the possibilities for you. Michael Tal, force of nature.
Different approaches.
Hurricane going to blow you away. There's a killer, but a nice guy.
But still, we can understand that he had this killer
At the
instinct, yes.
board, the guy was, I don't know, he had a beast inside of him, but off the board, he's the sweetest person you'd ever, it's
That's
incredible.
interesting, yes.
Yeah.
So
King
King H2
H2.
also shows that I have some time, friends.
Yes.
I can move a little
No
bit
rush.
here, there. Yes.
I think that was, I received these books of the FIDE. It was some kind of instructional materials that was done by the FIDE to help coaching.
Yes, I know this book, yes.
Yeah, but there
I've
was
seen
like
it,
a
yes.
series of them, and I thought they were incredibly good. And one of the major things that came out of these books for me, because I wanted to be a better coach too, yeah, was this idea of telling the young people patience. Patience. Don't rush. Be patient. When you have a king and pawn endgame where you're better, or a rook and pawn endgame where you're better, patiently.
Why nobody gave me this book when I was chess player, Maybe
We're
it
talking about
could
the
change
golden
the track
age. We're
of the history,
We're talking about a
Never
golden
had
age,
this patience, to wait,
Patience.
Patience, never. I would.
Never.
I always look for some, tactical tricks, some
Right.
ideas. Like, of course, with age, you
Slow.
get experience, yes,
Yeah.
a little bit, but still, I think it's very hard to teach, especially
Yes,
kids or young generation. But once you've done it, maybe they are more successful than the others, right? Now I
Right.
know, but maybe it's too late. Yeah.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Jeffrey Parsons, my very, 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 very first coach. My problem was I playing in a tournament, and first thing, I immediately move. I mean, I have 2 hours, and I'm spending 3 minutes for the game. So he actually forced me to sit on my hands.
Great. Yes, I remember also, I think Judith was telling the same, that she was everybody. Now we know the secret of success.
You had to start by sitting on your hands.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh.
Poor Vincent, he's not having a good tournament thus far. In fact, he's playing very well. His opponents are just playing that much better. Andre, for 100 moves, Vincent was, holding on, got exhausted, and here, this really fine move, rook takes d6, was a backbreaker, and for Prague, what a return to the tournament.
At the moment, at least, it looks like that.
Look like that, and let's just go to the game of Duda. We'll take a break shortly, but how is Duda doing?
With two
Whoa!
bishops.
Okay, just a second. He anchored his bishop on b3, which I find very intriguing. So we have left it after this
Bishop
great
f1,
bishop f1,
Mm-hmm.
and somehow in my mind, I had thought that this bishop was going to go to b5. It did not. It went to d5, and then it went to b3. I'm not 100% sure what the bishop is doing on b3.
On the meantime, I'm trying to see if there is any plan for white here to get something. Maybe there are some tricks.
It's a long
Like
time in
G5,
coming.
G6,
Like if
I
you
don't
were
know.
to if you were to ask me
Mhm.
on this last move of black, I would say, well, why aren't I playing G6?
Mhm.
And it may
Mhm.
be that he was afraid that you weaken the dark squares and the king. I
Mhm.
think I would have counterplay in that case, but never mind. Instead, he
played F5 here, yes, and
F5 bishop. Okay, that makes
D1.
sense.
Uh-huh.
Because I was thinking, why
Why to put your bishop on B3? Yes.
where it
Mhm.
does nothing? But now I understand what his intentions are. He wants to try to come in with his king. He gets his bishop away from C6, away from D5, and he reminds white,
Mhm.
attention.
Attention. So I say what king
And there
G3
we
now.
have a really good shot,
Mhm.
a camera view of
Yes.
Andre as he's
Thinking, yes, he's
yeah, how do I deal with this? You were about to suggest, pardon me, king G3?
For example, yes, just to protect the pawn, king C6. And now what? I mean, if I play something like bishop B4, you will go to B5, yes, or what? Or knight
Say it
D5?
again.
If you go like bishop B4,
bishop
bishop E4, check.
bishop E4 check,
Mhm.
pardon me, sorry.
Sorry.
Yes, I have to go knight D5.
Knight
yes.
D5, and let's say, what is your next move? You probably
If it was my turn, I
Bishop
would say
B4?
my next move might be bishop E2 and king.
B5.
I'm trying to get my
Mhm.
king. I'm dreaming of putting my king on C4.
Can I play bishop B4, bishop F8 somehow? I mean, I'm
Yes.
trying just to
Yes,
to
you have
check.
your dreams. Yes.
Maybe
Why
something
not?
will work.
Okay.
Yes, and then, for example, bishop F8.
Bishop F8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, oh boy, now we're going to get ourselves into a very intriguing moment of a race.
Yeah, because
No?
now it's something like 93, yes, or what? Or-
Yes. And it's still quite a dogfight going on here.
Mhm.
Because that bishop F8 is really disturbing.
Mhm.
I like that move a lot.
Let's say G7.
Bishop takes G7.
Yes. For example, you
Yes,
take.
let's have a
Because
look.
if you take with the bishop, it's knight, king F4 sometimes, yes? Mm-hmm.
Something like this, but
Yes,
yes,
so if you
knight
take with
takes.
knight,
Yeah.
what's happening? I'm sure
Well,
you found
B7
some
is
tricks.
hanging.
Yes, B7, yes. Mm-hmm.
But it might not be that
Important. Mm-hmm.
right if begin to think
Maybe there is something
maybe,
here, yes, for white.
maybe I should not allow
Mm-hmm.
the bishop to appear. You're welcome to check me, of course, but
But at least the pawn is protected on A4 at the moment, so
Correct.
it's okay.
yes, and I'm more worried that the white king
Mm-hmm.
could potentially come on the dark squares if I'm forced to play G6. So
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Knight-
also
knight-
another
knight-
possibility, yes.
right, so the
So
knight
maybe
goes to
white,
D5.
white has some pressure. This can be a conclusion, and perhaps we will check what will happen after the break, right?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Well, thank you everybody for joining us for this live broadcast of round 3 of the WR chess tournament. It feels more like a chess festival, actually, because
Yes.
of all of the side events that are taking place. And it's been a really, really enjoyable round to call. Anastasia is fantastic, as always. And we're going to return for a broadcast with 2 remaining games as Levona Aronian has
Already left, and
ran into the
But
lead with 2.5
yes,
points.
but
We'll see you on
he's-
the other side of the break.
Jan-Krzysztof, first of all, it's very, very nice to see you in Düsseldorf. It's great that you managed to come here. We were wondering what happened to you before. If you can tell us a little bit why you didn't play in Wekanze and how do you feel yourself here now?
Yeah, I'm obviously also very happy to be here to play in this very strong tournament. I've never been to Düsseldorf before, so it's nice to see another city in Germany. I'm still having, some health issues. That's why I sort of had to resign from playing in Wekanze, which was kind of, was pity because I happened to play there for a couple of years. So for once I could, see this tournament in the spectator size.
But thanks that you're here. You managed to be, and today was a very interesting game against Jan, and it seems that he was not really happy with the position after the opening. That he said he had to suffer a little bit. How was it from your perspective?
Yeah, it can happen when you play the Petrov. I also know kind of all about it, and this line is of course nothing special, but. Again, in the Bishop d6 line in Petrov, there is obviously no edge for white. So I just decided to play this move, which I had some time back in a store, and I think it was played only once by Adams in 2019 probably. So and after that, Queen d7 is a bit inaccurate, I think, because basically after the sequence we got, it was kind of unpleasant for him. Instead, he could have played like Queen h5 or Queen g4. Both are fine for black, but Queen d7 is solid, so it's like when you're surprised, you often tend to play, in a solid way. And at first, when I had this position with queens, rooks, and knights, I didn't really, understand why it can be any better. But I think it's about the knight activity. His knight on c6 is pretty stacked, and my knight has nice squares on f4, f3, and it's like he can't really improve his position. For me, it's also not that easy, but I can harass his pawn, d5, perhaps try to move my pawns on the king's side one day, and
it's pleasant for you, yes?
Yeah, a slight edge. And I'm not sure about h6 and rook e8. I can recall that computer preferred g6 and h5, not h6. But I think there should be probably something better for me, because I kind of miscalculated, and once I allowed this. His knight to be active on d4, I wasn't so sure anymore about my position. Of course I was pressing, but it was kind of difficult to play and to judge which moves are the best. And I was starting to see less and less, and I decided, okay, let's call it a day at some point, because really I didn't, feel like blundering some fork.
Yeah, that's a good moment, yes, to stop the game. But in general, what is your feeling about your play? Yesterday Wesley was saying that perhaps you played too many rapid games and it's difficult to switch to classical chess. So how do you feel after the second game today?
Yeah, perhaps. I indeed played little in 2022, so. And once you play a lot of faster time controls, then you get some things that does not have to work, necessarily in the classical chess. So yes, yesterday I of course confused lines. It was kind of embarrassing, of course. Because of course, when I played this stupid Queen b6 move, basically losing outright, I saw everything. I also saw Bishop h6 right away, but of course didn't take into account that he can take on c6 first and only then Bishop h6, which is curtains basically. So it's always very unpleasant to play such a game, especially in the first round. But it's life. Sometimes it happens, especially when you kind of don't remember your lines very well, and often it's like not remembering at all is better than remembering so. It's, as it turned out yesterday.
Yeah. Your expectations in this event? What are you fighting for?
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to get back to the mindset of classical chess, of playing classical chess, and yeah, it's a very good tournament to do so because of course everyone here is so strong. There is not even one, single weaker player. I mean, everyone is extremely strong. So yeah, I'm just hoping to play more and more and better in a way.
Thank you very much, and all the best of luck for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our live coverage of the WR Chess Masters Tournament. We're in round 3. We have an audience. We're very, very pleased and delighted to have you, Pragg, with us. Congratulations on your game today. Please tell us what happened.
Yeah, so the first 2 rounds didn't go my way at all.
No.
First round was just very bad, and second round I think I played well, but okay, he also played quite well. So today I just wanted to just play and have some fun.
Well, you did, and you did have some fun.
I managed to win as well, so that was a bonus.
To go forward, to go backwards, and then when you want to make a commentary move, you with that.
Yeah.
So there we go. So first of all, it's so rare these days for me, Pragg. I'm so happy as a commentator when they don't play the Berlin.
Yeah.
So this is already a great success for me.
Yeah,
we just have a normal Rui, let's say.
Yeah, it's good for me as well because Vincent doesn't play Berlin. So
good. And then you chose a very quiet system with d3, bishop d2. Where's your inspiration for this as white?
Vincent has had I think couple of games in this d3 in vacancy already.
Mm-hmm.
So, and against Aronian, I think Levon played a very good game. So, I thought it's possible to try here. So I just wanted to just get a game.
Okay, cool. So tell me when you do get out of your preparation.
Yeah, I think Rook B8 is kind of the correct move order. And Vincent is actually very well prepared in openings generally. So I was actually a little bit upset that he was just blitzing out everything. Even
he
here.
knew exactly what he was doing. Yeah.
So here I was kind of already on my own. And I just played A4. It's a common move in the structure. I was actually hoping for B4 here. Because usually they meet A4 with B4 if it's possible to, because then the rook on A1 is quite poorly placed and it's not easy for me to break. I was thinking to play C3, but I wasn't sure because
he would likely play A5.
Yeah, A5 or
keep the tension.
Maybe knight C6 even.
Right.
I thought position should be around equal. Yeah.
Okay.
But I was very surprised with bishop B7 and he was still blitzing. So it was a strange move because with the pawn on D3, the bishop is kind of poorly placed on B7.
Right.
Also, I got the I felt his king side is also getting a bit weak, so that's why I played knight H4.
Okay.
And here maybe made a mistake with queen C7.
Our focus had been on the 2 moves C4 as well as D5.
Yeah,
and
D5.
I'm sure it was your focus as well.
D5. Also, Vincent said it after the game. I think D5 we should have probably played. I was also
tried,
focusing on it. Include AB.
Yes.
And then E5, I think bishop D5.
Mm-hmm.
I felt black should be fine here. But still I can play, takes.
Knight takes, I suppose.
Knight takes D5, knight F5.
Right, but at least the swap of the light square bishop reduces your attacking potential.
Yeah,
what
definitely.
you received in the game was very nice.
I still felt I can...
Some pressure.
Yeah, some pressure because I have open A file. His king is also a little vulnerable. I mean, I can go queen G4, rook on E1 is good. So, felt it's still possible to try here. And
okay, fair.
And knight H4, even queen C7. After the game he said that is this queen G4 idea? Because now C4 there is take bishop A4.
Right.
It happens similar to the game like queen G4. Actually, I was thinking here that he should play C4 first. Take bishop A4 and then maybe rook D8.
Okay.
It looked a little weird because bishop at 6, bishop C8, queen G3, rook B2. First I thought I should be better, but I wasn't sure because this bishop on A4 is kind of
it's not the great bishop, right? A little loose.
It's bad also. It makes A1 rook bad. So maybe you should have played it this way. And my knight is not getting to F5 now.
Right. Big difference.
Yeah.
Bishop gets back to E6. Good defender, suddenly.
Yeah. So maybe you should have played this way, but even queen C8. I was quite surprised with this move. I was considering knight F5 for some time. it's a strange move, but I thought if it works, it really can work because take.
Right.
I thought he should play d5.
Why not? Bishop h6.
Yeah, bishop h6. I thought c4. And yeah, I thought he gets a very good compensation if I have to play bishop a2.
True.
Then maybe rook a8, and then I didn't see where my attack is going.
It's not pretty, is it? You never have any threat of bishop g7 and f6.
Yeah, it's true. And here I was also considering c4.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, my point was probably he has to take bc4, yeah.
Right.
And then go d4, because if he opens my b3 bishop, it's very good for me.
Right.
And bishop h6. And here I wasn't sure. This bishop g2, there was this complex line because I can take queen g2.
And now you have f6.
Yeah, g7 thread.
Yes.
And then first I thought queen f5, bishop d1, rook e6, rook b6, and then some bishop g4 is coming. It was quite complex. Then I also saw rook b3. If f6, there is g6, so bishop g7, queen f5. Finally, I just couldn't find anything here, and yeah, I also bishop e5, queen g6, and I also felt I'm going probably a little far. So, but it kind of felt forced to me.
Well, exactly. You made a deep investigation there of a position, and you calculated it very deeply. But at some point, you just say to yourself, "Okay, I went a little bit far," and you go back, and then you try to look for something more clean, if you will.
Yeah, no, I was trying it a little bit because I thought maybe the c4 is a very interesting way to play.
Yes.
Because if I open my bishop, it's good, and if I also get a pawn for free on h6, then it's also good.
And you're trying to sidestep his idea of c4, which may end up trapping your bishop on a stupid square like a2, and then you feel like an idiot because what is my bishop doing on a2? But you didn't play knight f5.
Yeah, I didn't play knight f5 for this reason.
You played queen g3. You can just go back.
Go back. Queen g3, even c4.
Right.
Takes, bishop a4. He has to go bishop c6 now.
Sure.
Takes. Maybe he could have started with bishop a4.
Okay.
But there is another problem with this, that I go queen c3.
Okay.
And he's kind of losing the c4 pawn by forced.
With the tempo too,
Yeah. That's a problem, because if he moves the rook, I can take rook c4, and if he plays, let's say, queen b7 or something, I can just bring my bishop back, let's say, and then take c4.
Clear. Nasty.
Yeah. Here I get this bishop c1.
An important tempo.
Yeah, and he has to go back. If bishop a4, bishop b2, bishop c2, and then I didn't think there would be any compensation here, because I also get f4 at some point.
Right.
So rook b7, bishop g5. Yeah, now the main problem for him is that if I remove the knight on e7, I just get knight f5, and
it's huge.
Even I can get knight e3, and c4 is weak, d5 is weak.
Exactly. Already at this point, you have a feeling you've really gained an advantage, yeah?
Yeah. It felt like close to a very big advantage.
Exactly.
Takes. Yeah, even queen c6. Rook a5. Yeah, here I thought I was much better here, but then while he was calculating, I thought maybe I can go king h7.
Okay, tricky move.
Threatening f6. Okay, even then I can come back bishop back, and I should be better. But at least he's saving his knight.
But don't you want to prosecute bishop e7 and
bishop
e7, knight
f5,
f5?
g6.
And
then now I can't go knight e3 because queen e4.
Queen e4.
And then my knight. I also don't want to give my knight.
Yeah, you don't want to trade it, even though your price still better there too. But yes, you wanted something more than this. I get it.
I was thinking some queen f3, f6. Sorry, there's a more slip. f6, and then maybe try to sack it. Yeah, like queen h5, king g8, takes. Either rook a3 or rook e3.
Right.
Maybe there are some tricks here. Like I wasn't sure, but
somehow this rook on the b7 already makes it feel like.
Yeah, but at the same time, he can't move his knight. I'm getting knight f5, so I thought, like, let's say bishop g7, rook g3, and then I'm turning queen h6, and knight f5. So
it's still very awkward, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Good point.
But even queen c7.
It's like a slow burn, a slow attack, but it's getting effective. Yes.
Rook a6. Yeah, here it was. This knight c6 was like try, because if you can somehow get this knight to d4, and it could be
Well placed.
Yeah. Also, my knight. I'm not able to trade my bishop, and is able to keep the knight. Here, I start with knight f5. If I do the same thing here, he has this very nice trick of rook b1.
Oh, knight e2 check. Oops.
Yeah. And the problem is that if I take on g7, he goes knight e2 check, not take on e1.
Exactly.
Yeah. And if I go king h2, he goes knight f5 first, and then takes e1. Bishop g7, I think f6 saves.
Was what you calculated, yeah.
Yes, I thought this was okay for black. Yeah, I think so.
And bishop f6, bishop
g7, and he's kind of okay here.
Wow.
But I think the same thing doesn't work in the game. Because knight d4. Okay, first of all, the other trick doesn't work, because knight h6 he can just move the king, and there is nothing.
Disturbing.
And also knight g7 stuff doesn't work, so I have to play bishop f6. And if here rook b1, there's cd4, rook e1, king h2, and here I'm mating him.
No.
So
no
this
defense.
pawn c3 just made a lot of difference. And
Beautiful.
And also if he takes, I'm threatening bishop g7.
You're right.
I could try queen c8, bishop g7, queen f5, but it's just very bad. I can take and go rook d6. It's just his king is weak, all the pawns are weak, and it's just very bad position.
Agreed.
Yeah, he tried knight e6. Yeah, here I spent some time, because first I thought rook d6 was just finishing it, but then I spotted this rook c3, what happened in the game. And I quickly actually spotted all this, but I wasn't sure whether to go for this, because first I kind of underestimated white's position here.
It's fantastic,
Yeah,
actually.
I thought it's much better, but I
didn't realize really how good it was.
Yeah.
It's almost like his pieces on the king side are frozen, and the c pawn is under control.
Yeah, c pawn is not going anywhere. That's a problem. Because like before playing rook d6, I was thinking if I can play slowly and because anyway it doesn't have any move.
Right.
I can maybe get the rook to g3 or something.
Right. King h2.
Yeah,
something,
but I wasn't sure if it's
but at some point you also have to be a little concerned that a move like king h7 might force your pieces to
But I can always go queen h4
and
king g8, but then there's rook e3 and stuff.
Right.
So yeah, there is always that motive. So, but I thought rook d6. Okay,
rook d6 is an excellent move. Yeah.
And also I think it's a practical choice. Yeah, and then I can just slowly play.
Exactly.
I think it's already very bad. The problem for him is that he has to stay with the queen on d7 because of his knight
f7,
which happened, and he also you can't do anything. Knight on e6 doesn't move, bishop on f8 doesn't move.
Frozen. Yep.
And slowly I just played queen g4 just to move.
We really liked this move, rook c1. We thought that was a very fine, really putting the question, because if you play rook c8, then you get to go rook c3, and there's no rook d3, and it's really wonderful for you.
I was actually thinking rook d2 maybe here.
Okay.
It's a choice for me. I just didn't want to play this f3 move, which weakens a lot of squares here.
Right.
And rook d2. I was thinking maybe I should go bishop g3, and just take this c4 slowly.
I see.
Because he can't defend it. Right,
enough. Because of f7
because
as well.
of this f7 always hanging. And I thought this was a easier one.
Easy.
And okay, I just played rook c2.
Right.
And again, it's not easy for him, because rook c8, there is always this g7 hanging at some point.
Right.
Maybe here already knight g7 works.
Because again, the c8 is unpre.
g7, bishop g7, knight g7,
right.
c8.
Exactly.
So, but he just went queen c5. But it's already very bad. I mean, just can't move any piece, and I'm going to win slowly. I just went a little with this one.
Yeah. Very, very, very impressive game. Seriously, you kept control throughout. All your chess friends are wanting to ask you, is Prague back? Do you feel like this victory is going to inspire you to in the tournament?
Yeah, it's good to be on the scoreboard.
Seriously, right? Right.
Yeah. yeah, the way things were going, I didn't really think I would score today, but yeah, it's just very. Yeah, I think I also played quite
Very
well,
good
so
game. Yeah.
it's a good thing.
Congratulations. Very, very nice. And everybody, thank you. We're going to just take a break and continue our coverage of this round 3. See you on the other side of the break. Thank
Yeah,
you.
thank
It was
you.
very, very nice of you.
Yeah.
Anish, I see that you're still thinking about the position. You also spend lots of time analyzing with Wesley after the game. So now, what is the conclusion? What happened?
Usually the more boring the game, the more exciting the analysis after, from my personal experience. But it was not so much happening, to be honest. Like, he was very well prepared and he got a very, very solid end game. And he didn't play it in the most forcing way. So I knew that he could force a draw at some point with a very accurate sequence. But what he did, I realized over the board, is also not really much for me. I was hoping that this would be slightly better, a bishop pair, some sort of grip, but at some point I realized it's very hard to make something of it. And also, it looks like I'm slightly better, and I was thinking, okay, finally I'm going to get maybe to push, but then it got forcing because he was bringing the knight across to d6, so I tried to stop it. And as I tried to stop it, somehow I allowed this repetition of moves. At one point, it's the g3. I think maybe I can play bishop b6 first. Then I stopped that, and I thought he'll go knight b8, but then I realized maybe it's okay to allow knight d7. But to be honest, the position, like, even if I get what I want to get, is still very, very solid. So, yeah, they were like, today, I think he was very solid.
Yeah. So there was a very solid game, yes, indeed. But were you paying attention to what was happening in the playing venue? And did you see the game of also Nodderbeck, for example?
I was wondering, you're going to ask, because, there are these videos where you are following a magic show, but suddenly there is a big bear going behind you, So when you were asking me, I thought maybe like in the playing hall, there was like a big bear walking around.
Not yet.
No, probably not. But the games I saw, especially Nodderbeck's, was a lot of fun. Nodderbeck's game was exciting. Some other games, Prague's game was also fascinating. And so far it's a good tendency that all the exciting games are happening on other boards. I like that.
I think so. So what normally happens after?
No, I don't know what happens after, but it's better this way than when it's exciting on yours. It's nice when your game is boring and you enjoy all the exciting chess on the other games, because exciting chess is very difficult.
Yeah, at the same time, it depends on the result at the end, no?
That is true. Yeah, but sometimes is it worth it?
Yes. So, actually, there was this very nice opening ceremony, and at one point the performer told you that in case if you want, nothing will happen with chess, you can always help him in his show. By the way, if you were not a chess player, would you consider something like this, or what else you would consider as your profession?
Yeah, I think, first of all, 2 draws here is not yet a reason to quit chess. I think we will try a little more in the coming rounds. As for my other multiple talents, well, I can tell you what I'm not into. I'm not into fashion design so much. Other than that, I don't know. I mean, I spent so much time with chess in my childhood. I like many things now, but they are not my profession, and I just enjoy them as a observer. So I like movies and various forms of comedy, like various forms of entertainment. I follow sometimes some general news and what people do in the world. It sounds all very interesting, but whether I'm capable of doing it myself on a high level, I'm not sure.
Not stand-up shows?
No. I did once in my school, actually. I did one show. You have this, evenings where you're supposed to do some nonsense. So I thought, okay, it was good though. It was good. My classmates liked it, but yeah, actually, it's not as exciting. I heard about stand-up comedy. Their job doesn't sound so exciting to me because they need like a year to come up with 1 hour of material, and they repeat the same jokes over and over in different clubs, and they look for reactions and adjust stuff. But basically, I would feel really weird telling the same jokes many times.
What about same openings that you play every time?
Yeah, but
doesn't sound similar.
I mean, if let's say it's okay if the joke starts, you saw like I don't know the Canadian, American and a Japanese walk into a bar, the same opening is fine. But if every time the punchline is the same as well, that's where the problem is.
Well, fantastic answer. Thank you so much, Anish. All the best of luck. welcome back to VR Chess Masters Tournament. Welcome back to Düsseldorf. We continue our commentaries today with Yasser Seirawan.
And Anastasia. Apologies, you have this little script in front of you. It says commentators will resume shortly. Well, that shortly wasn't so shortly because I was just speaking with the sponsor, Adam, and he's such an interesting guy that before you know it, it was like minutes had gone and he was telling us nice stories. And so, apologies. It's my fault that we were a little bit late. We have one game remaining in this very eventful round. We had Prague, we had Levon, 2 winners already out of the 4 games played. They have joined our show.
Yes.
And Prague just gave a very nice demonstration of the game, but not only of the game, but I want to say his real understanding of the game. He had ideas and it was flowing and it was very impressive.
He was happy after the game. I saw his trainer also came next to the playing venue. He was also happy. You know, both of them are revealed now that, thanks God, he scored the point, you know, after 3 rounds.
Exactly.
Yes, it's so important for any player, you know. Exactly. Yeah. So now, I mean, it looks good for him, for the Indian player. By the way, I wanted to remind you, it was a very funny joke that, which Vadim Rosenstein said, that he was trying to choose one of the, let's say, 2 players from India, and there's so many that he had really big problems, you know, whom to pick up.
How do you make that choice?
Yes, exactly. So many good players, like.
Did he flip?
I don't know. I mean, at the end, what happened? But still, I'm very glad to see those youngsters playing in our event. I mean, always fighting, no matter what, no matter even if you have 0 out of 2. Prague showed today that he wants still to win, no matter what.
Yeah, he fought that very valiantly.
And now that I was talking, the game has finished. Yes, sir.
Well, I wanted to say I really didn't see the problem for Black in the sense that this knight on d5 is really so well placed that it just felt like a fortress, and I didn't see, you know, any way that this white king, for example, could ever penetrate to g6 because it was kind of tethered to this pawn on g4. And if the bishops are not going to win the game by themselves, so I wanted to say that I thought a fortress, and the fortress, and we didn't even get a chance to explain why, but it was the case that the game was a draw. But yes, because I actually wanted to ask you that question as well. 2 really great Indian stars. We just saw them play against each other in the previous round. Gukesh found this really nice shot, knight e7, and won the game. So how did you determine these 2 players?
Yeah, I mean, I'm following them very, very closely. And actually, if I'm not mistaken, they played in one event in Chennai back in 2013 when we had World Championship match between Vishanand and Magnus Carlsen.
Right.
And, you know, a couple of grandmasters from Ukraine, they were also playing there. And they came to me and they told me, you are taking photos in the wrong place. You should go and take photos of these kids who are playing next door in this open tournament, because these kids are going to be next world champions. And they were really small at that time. So they were telling me about some genius boys who are killing everyone, beating grandmasters. Yes, back in 2013. And let's say, I think I even took some photos. Yes, now I have to check them. What's going on?
In your archives,
So really, I'm following closely, of course, as all of us. And it's great to see such a so many big talents in India. And literally, it's difficult to, let's say, make a choice. We could have 10 players from India here, right?
Clear,
yes.
clear, absolutely. And I forcibly reminded of a interview I did in New in Chess, and they said, which country will the world champion from 2050 be from? And I said, India.
Wow.
And
you did.
But I also said, from India, how old is Vichy? And I just had the feeling, I just sat next to a young Vichy Anand. It's very, very impressive. The future looks very bright for Indian chess.
Absolutely. And remember, Shelafam, we were asking, where is our Elizabeth Petz? Where is she? What is she doing? And I think our followers are really, really big experts. They found her. Yes, they did. They know that she's playing in Bundesliga today and tomorrow, and that's why we don't have her with us, but we wish her all the best of luck in her games. I don't know, maybe one of them is over already, but hope she will be back on Monday, I think, evening here, so we will will see her again.
Perfect. And in the meanwhile, we will wrap up our coverage of this, the round 4, by just congratulating once again our tournament leader, Levon Aronian, who won a very, very nice game and leads with 2.5 points. We have several players in the second place,
Yes.
including
Gukesh and Wesley saw.
and
Yes,
Gukesh.
both of them have 2 points right now out of 3.
Exactly.
Yes.
And our congratulations to Prague, who, again, very well, it wasn't that he played badly or anything like that. He just wasn't on the scoreboard with 0 out of 2, but he's back.
He's back. And Nepo and Giri made the third draw.
Very solid.
Yes, very, very, very solid. At the moment, yes, both of them, they have 3 out of 3 draws.
Right.
Well, we'll see who will win this competition between drivers who will drive faster in this
Right.
tournament.
Exactly.
And let's say, I think the tournament is like getting into
Warmed
the...
up.
Yes,
Absolutely.
exactly.
Join us tomorrow, same time, same channel, for round 4, the WR Masters Chess, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Thank you, Anastasia.
Thank you,
You were
Yasser.
terrific as always.
Same.
Lovely.
Yes,
Lovely to be
yes,
with you.
always happy.
Okay. Good night, everyone.